So good morning, Niels. I see you.
Good morning, Jan.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. So we are now already going live. So please, Daniel, switch off your video and please come back later. So we will still wait a minute before we start the workshop because we need attendees to join in technically first, of course. So I just heard live stream on YouTube works as well. So for all of you, we are streaming through YouTube as well and recording there. So it's accessible also for later on. So yeah, the room is filling up. That's excellent. So let's take it from here. So good morning, dear everyone, dear speakers, dear experts, dear officials, dear attendees for our workshop with the Dutch Parliament. Before we go into technical details, let me first explain a bit who we are, what we want and why we're here. So my name is Jan Gijs. I'm the Secretary General of EUFORES. EUFORES is the network of members of Parliament of the European Parliament and the EU27 national parliaments promoting renewable energy and energy efficiency. So whenever there's policies coming in these fields, it's our core members of Parliament who drive the show, just as we do today with Sylvia Erkens, who is the host of our workshop today. And yeah, about this workshop, why do we do this? We are actually, as EUFORES, as a parliamentary network, we are touring all the parliaments of the European Union. So we are hosting and holding these workshops in every national parliament because we want to learn what's going on the national level. We want to know what's going on with the Green Deal. We want to explain the Green Deal that comes from Brussels, about the climate law, the new Renewables Directive, the new Efficiency Directive. That's why it's also an honor to have our Vice President Niels Fuglsang with us. He's a member of European Parliament, and also Hans van Steen from the European Commission. So you will get the latest news and update from Brussels, what is in the making here. And again, this is not a top-down teaching experience. This is really a joint effort to learn what's going on and also what the situation is in the Netherlands, where you are with the national energy and climate plans, also the resilience and recovery plans, where you have some impressive good projects, where you see some bottlenecks. So it's really also reporting back to Brussels about the latest state. And as we know, you're just in the negotiations for a new government. That's, by the way, why Minister Stef Blok could not join us today. They would have loved to join, but since they are in negotiations, it's a bit tricky at the moment for government to speak openly, officially, if they're just in a transition period. But even better, I'm very happy that our host, Sylvia Erkens, Sylvia, you made this possible, that we can hold this today again in the Dutch Parliament. We were there 3 years ago already, and now it's great to be back with you. Unfortunately, only in a virtual version. We wanted to be back physically, but as we all know, everywhere, like in Brussels, the numbers of COVID are exploding, unfortunately. So we still continue in virtual versions. So with all the events that we do, actually. So probably some technicals for today. This is a webinar, an online streamed webinar. So we have speakers and experts on stage that you can all see. And we also have attendees, like in a normal conference. They are at the moment in listen-only mode. But for all you attendees out there who are listening at the moment, you will have regularly the chance to speak up, to raise your hand, actually. So there you can find somewhere in your menus a raise your hand functionality. If you do this, I can see your hand and then I can bring you in so that you can ask a question or do a short comment and so on. So that will be possible throughout the day. It's not only just like in a school class. Well, okay, that's basically it. Whenever there's technical issues, I hope you can solve them. If not, please contact my colleague, Rachel Hajar. You should all have her contact to ask some questions or even send a chat around. There's also the functionality of Q&A. So whenever you have questions, please also write a concise question there so that I can take it also up on stage and ask the experts and speakers, if you don't choose to do it with audio. Okay, but now I hand over to you, Silvio. you as our host of this workshop today to give us a little welcome word, a little introduction about the situation in the Netherlands, and also in case how you see what's coming from Brussels in the coming months and years, and how this connects to your work in the Netherlands. So Silvio, great that we have you. Great that we can do this together with you. So the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Jan, and a very good morning to all. Allow me also to start by thanking EUFORES, in particular you, Jan, and also Rachel for organizing this online conference, which will be held, I think, entirely in English. Even though most attending will be Dutch native speakers, the entire session will be organized in English.
It's all in English, yes.
All in English, exactly. Luckily, I based my welcome words on that assumption, so this will not go wrong. I welcome this initiative also from the European Parliament and their network, EUFORES, based in Brussels, to engage stakeholders, experts, and members from both European and national parliaments into a discussion on how we could best make use of renewable energy sources and energy efficiency in Europe and the different EU member states. The focus of the discussion today will be on the situation in the Netherlands. I understood that the last conference you held together was with the Greek Parliament on the specific national situation in Greece. And I'm also honored to be, on behalf of the Dutch House of Representatives, the host of today's online conference. And just as Jan already did as well, I would also like to warmly welcome all the other speakers and participants present at today's meeting. I'm very interested into hearing your success stories, which we will share down later during the conference. And I also look forward to the discussion on the future of the Dutch energy system and the role within that future system, for example, of hydrogen or any other energy sources that will definitely be discussed later on in the afternoon in some of the subsessions. I would also like to welcome the strong involvement during this conference of representatives of the younger generation, from the Youth for Climate Netherlands, who's also present, who also represents an age group that will be more than is the case with anyone else affected by climate change if we do not manage to turn the tide. And the urgency of the matter became once more very clear in the run-up during and before COP26 in Glasgow. So I think the subject of today's online conference is well chosen, because now is the time to implement the European Green Deal, not only by discussing the Fit for 55 proposals, which are currently on a negotiation table in Brussels, and are quite far-reaching and broad in their impacts, also for our Dutch national climate policy, but especially also the translation of the European Green Deal into new national measures, which will be very much needed to implement the new and higher climate goals, also for the Netherlands. A majority within the Dutch House of Representatives actively supported the increased targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the European Union from 40% to 55% by 2030, compared to 1990 levels, and to achieve climate neutrality in 2050. As Jan also mentioned, the negotiations for a new government in the Netherlands are still ongoing. But as soon as a new government will be in place, we will need to kick off with a more ambitious climate policy to achieve the higher European targets that we also strive for together with others. Luckily, it was announced this week before Christmas, there should be a coalition agreement. So if the session was held maybe 1 or 2 weeks later, we could have discussed it very concretely, but we'll have to wait just a few more days before Christmas to find out concretely what the climate policy will be of the Netherlands. But it will definitely take into account the higher European targets and also the requirements that come from that. The current policy framework we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the Netherlands is still based on the previous agreement from 2017. And that requires the government to take measures to achieve a 49% reduction in greenhouse gases in 2030. Under our current climate policy, we have a national climate law in which we set the reduction target. And then we have a climate agreement involving government, societal organizations, businesses, NGOs, and other stakeholders, turning these goals in our climate law into concrete commitments. They're divided up by sector. So we have specific policies in this climate agreement for the mobility sector, for the housing stock, etc. So it kind of mirrors the European policy framework as well when it comes to that. And based on that European proposals in Fit for 55, the ambition will need to be increased in that climate agreement. That's very clear for all of us. There's a huge challenge ahead of us, and it is within this context that we will be focusing today's discussion on the National Energy and Climate Plan in the Netherlands. Unfortunately, due to other commitments, I have a debate at 10 o'clock. I will only be able to attend the first session. But I wish you a successful meeting, fruitful and inspiring discussions with each other. And I also suggest circulating the outcome of today's meeting to the Parliamentary Committee on Economic Affairs and Climate, so that all Dutch members of Parliament who are involved in climate policy can duly take note of what was said today, also the ones not present. I personally believe that combating climate change also offers large opportunities. The Netherlands has the potential to become a world leader in smart, clean, and energy efficient technologies. And also on these potential opportunities that we have, I would be very interested to hear what the other speakers and panelists today have to say. So thanks for your attention, and I'm happy to give the floor now back to Jan Gijs.
So thanks a lot, Silvio, and also thanks a lot for giving us some hope for the new direction of the new government. And also the point, I mean, I know the Netherlands a little bit. You are champions in using resources very well in a condensed way. So it's a good point that you could become a champion in actually all of this. So it's now my honor to welcome our Vice President, Member of European Parliament, Niels Fuglsang. Niels is, again, he's Vice President of EUFORES, and he's one of the leading members of European Parliament driving the show in Brussels, actually. Niels, you're from Denmark. You represent the Socialists and Democrats, and you're also the rapporteur, so the leading MEP on the Energy Efficiency Directive. And it would be an honor now to learn from you what's going on in Brussels, what's the latest state, and how you see the Green Deal and how that reflects in relation to the Netherlands. So, Niels, great to have you. Good morning.
Good morning, Jan, and thank you for the kind words. You are very kind to me and generous in your remarks. So let me tell you, it's an honor for me to be here with you, to speak at this conference, and to also hear about what's going on in the Netherlands. That is interesting, and I think from what I could hear, it sounds really like you have a lot of initiatives going on, which is important and necessary in order for us to reach our common goal. Because, as you know, we agreed on a climate law in Europe for the European Union. The European Parliament and the Council of Ministers agreed this spring on a law saying that we should reduce climate gases by 55% in 2030, at least 55%, and then we are to become climate neutral in 2050. And right now we are negotiating all the initiatives, all the laws that needs to make sure that we actually reach these targets of the climate law. Because writing a target on a piece of paper, 55% or 100%, well, that's the easy part. Now we really need to make sure that we reach the targets, and that is what's going on in Brussels right now in terms of negotiations. We have, I believe, within this year, we will have 16 proposals, because we have 13 right now, but a few more is coming in December. And so we'll have 16 proposals on how to regulate the economy in order to reach the climate targets. I believe, you know this saying, during the Great Depression, Winston Churchill said, and I think maybe you heard the saying, never waste a good crisis. And I think it's a nice way of putting it, and I think it's very relevant for the situation that we have now, because as far as I can see, we have multiple crises going on in our economy and in our society. Of course, we have the Corona crisis, which has had massive negative implications for our economy, for jobs, for companies going bankrupt. We have also the energy crisis, with rising prices on energy, especially gas, and people, energy poor people, vulnerable people, having great difficulties paying their electricity bills and making sure that their house is actually warm during the winter. And then third, we have the biggest crisis of them all, which is the climate crisis. This is a more long-term crisis, of course, but it will be devastating if we don't do sufficiently, if we don't take sufficient actions to mitigate it. I think these crises are connected in the sense that they have. If we answer them right, we can solve all of them by the same means. And I think the means are really to invest massively in green transition, to become carbon neutral, but also at the same time to create jobs that are at stake during the corona and economic crisis, to create jobs in the renewable energy sector, in the energy efficiency effort also. And by doing that, we will at the same time become more energy independent. So we don't need to import as much fossil fuels, as much gas from Russia and other parts of the world. And that will also help solving the energy crisis. So I think this answer, and the old saying from Winston Churchill, never waste a good crisis, is what is at stake here. We need to act decisively now in order to solve these crises that we face. And I think I was very depressed after the financial crisis some years ago, but by seeing how action really stopped when it comes to the climate effort. We all knew also back then that we needed to have ambitious targets and do more. But as far as I could see, action really was halted by the economic crisis. I think it's different this time. I think when you look at what's going on in the European Union, there's no halt, or there's no descaling of ambition, even though we are facing the corona crisis and the energy crisis. I think a majority in the European Parliament and in the European Commission, and hopefully among the member states, will see that actually we need to upscale the effort rather than descale it. And that is what we're doing. That's what's going on these days. I'm thinking about the massive rescue packages, the massive economic packages that the European Union has agreed upon to help countries during the corona crisis, and to say that 37% of these funds, billions and billions of euros, the biggest rescue package, the biggest economic package, the biggest common loan that the European Union ever has taken, 37% of these funds should go to climate efforts. That is renewable energy efforts, and that is also energy efficiency efforts. Energy efficiency is what I myself negotiate, and as Jan said, and I am the lead negotiator here on this effort. So the European Union is taking steps and putting money on the table when it comes to the climate crisis, when it comes to the need to make a transition to green energy. Then we also, in order to live up to the climate law, we're negotiating right now these 16 proposals that I spoke about. That is all from the Renewable Energy Directive that I believe we'll speak more about. How much renewable energy are member states obliged to have in the coming years towards 2030? The European Commission has said that it should be at least 40% renewable energy in 2030. Is that enough? I'm not sure. Maybe we could try to strengthen it. Maybe we should listen to old Churchill and say, let's not waste this crisis. Let's do the most ambitious effort we can do, and then invest and create jobs at the same time. When it comes to energy efficiency, that's another one of the proposals on the table. We know, well, if we ask the International Energy Agency, over 40% of the reductions that we need in order to live up to the Paris Agreement, they will come from increased energy efficiency. There is huge potential for renovating our buildings and for using waste heat from data centers, for example, more efficiently, to have requirements for products that they should live up to energy efficiency standards. Doing that will save our energy bills. 34 million households actually in the European Union are vulnerable to energy poverty, meaning that they have difficulties paying their energy bill. If we increase energy efficiency, obviously that will be good for the electricity bill payers, that the bill will be reduced, and at the same time we will save CO2. So the European Commission has proposed that we, towards 2030, compared to 2020 and the baseline scenario, reduce energy consumption by 9%. Again, I think we should look at, is that sufficiently ambitious? It is ambitious in the sense that it is an upscaling of the ambition level compared to the current legislation. And it will be difficult for member states to reach, in the sense that they're not even reaching the current legislation completely. So we are demanding a lot if we adopt this legislation. But I think now is the time to demand a lot. And I think these two initiatives, the Renewable Energy Directive and the Energy Efficiency Directive, they will be key pieces of legislation in order for the European Union to deliver on the three crises that I referred to. So most importantly, the climate crisis, that is the crisis of our generation. I believe we have to solve that. But also, of course, extremely important, the economic crisis sparked by the corona situation and the energy crisis. These are the three crises we should address. I hope we can do it together. I look forward to hearing what you have to say, your thoughts on this. And then I wish you a very good debate, and I hope we can together increase our efforts because that's what we need. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot, Niels, and thanks for stressing the urgency. As I always say, of course, we're all discussing the virus crisis that we have, but the climate crisis did not stop for one day. It's ongoing every day. It's taking place outside of our windows. So it's absolute urgency ongoing. That's why also the European Parliament called it a climate emergency status. And we're very happy that the Parliament, also the Commission and some member states are raising up the ambition, because actually in this decade, we need to solve this issue. And we will hear more about this later on. And that's also now the perfect bridge to invite Hans van Steen. Hans, you as Deputy Director General of the European Commission in DG Energy, you're sitting in the center of these developments. You have been preparing the Renewables Directive, the Efficiency Directive, the whole Green Deal, this big package, also with Climate Commissioner Timmermans and also Energy Commissioner Kadri Simpson. You're working hard now to make this happen. But again, one thing is the ambition, the other thing is how do we transform our societies and economy. So Hans, it's now an honor to learn from you where we are in this process and how the Netherlands can take it from there and implement it in their plans. Hans, great to have you again.
Thank you very much, Jan, and dear members of the European Parliament, members of the Dutch Parliament, dear Mr. Erkens, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a big honor for me to address you today, even if it is remotely. And like Jan said, it would have been much nicer to meet physically, but of course, as we all know, that's not possible. Jan, I need to correct you because you always like to promote me within the Commission. I'm actually not a Deputy Director General, certainly not yet. I'm an advisor. I'm very happy to be that. But it is true what you said, that I have been involved in a lot of the work that the Commission has been doing on the Green Deal and the different proposals. And that's what I would like to talk about this morning. And I think for the Commission to participate in these exchanges with the national parliaments is really a very nice opportunity, because not only is it an opportunity for us to express how we see things, but I think equally important, or perhaps even more important, we can hear then from the national level, from the people on the ground in the different member states, how they see the situation. And that is really, really important for the Commission in order for us to calibrate our reaction and our actions and proposals in the right way. So it's really a pleasure to be here. As both you and also Niels Fuglsang said, it's really a good moment to do this, because there's so much going on. We have several crises going on at the same time. From the Commission side, we're not sure we want to call the situation with the energy prices a full-blown crisis. But of course, it is a very important issue, and I will say a few words about that as well. But for us, the key thing here, and I think you said it very well, that the climate crisis is probably the most important thing to tackle. But of course, we also have to accept that all this takes place now in the context of trying to get out of the health crisis spurred by the COVID situation. But in a way, the way we see it is that this gives us an opportunity which we didn't have before, because a lot of what needs to happen to get out of the health crisis and the economic problems that has followed that has to do with investments. And it's so important that these investments take place in the right things. And that's also why the Commission has tabled the so-called Fit for 55 package this summer, because that is exactly meant to send the right signals to the investors. And of course, that's also what I will be talking about here today. Coming back to the situation with the energy prices, and of course, this is important. It was a key topic when the energy ministers met in the Council in Brussels last week, and for understandable reasons, because this is a rather unprecedented rise in electricity prices, and it's very important to understand why this is happening. So the Commission has been doing an analysis of this. We've issued a communication on this not so long ago called Tackling Rising Energy Prices, a Toolbox for Action and Support. And the key conclusion here is that we see this situation mainly occurring due to an increase in the demand for natural gas and the following price increases of natural gas, which then translates into also higher prices for electricity. This is in a way the way the market operates. We shouldn't forget, in spite of all the nice policies that we do on energy, that we are still talking about a market. Our expectation is that situation will come back, but in the meantime, come back to normal, I should say. But in the meantime, it is, of course, very, very important that we also take the right measures to address the consequences, especially, as Niels Fuglsang also said, for the most vulnerable. And this is exactly what we were doing with the toolbox that we gave both member states, but also local actors and regional actors, but also some things that we can do at an EU level to try and make sure that those most vulnerable are not hit harder than absolutely necessary. Overall, I think it's very clear, and we've said that also from the Commission side, that this is a crisis that has been, if we call it a crisis, and now I did, but I'm not sure it actually is a full-blown crisis as such, but the situation has clearly been caused by fossil fuels. It's not caused, as some, not many, but some seem to think that it is somehow linked to what we are doing in terms of our response to the climate. This is not the Commission's view. And for that reason, we think that the solution is, in the longer term, is to press on with our policies to have more renewable energy, to be more energy efficiency, and certainly not to slow down in this precise situation. The Green Deal, as I already mentioned, is of course a top priority. It's not only about climate neutrality by 2050, that's of course the headline goal, but the Green Deal is equally a growth strategy for the EU. And that's why the Green Deal remains, shall we say, our roadmap out of the current economic crisis. The energy sector in the Green Deal is critically important. As many of you will know, the vast majority, 75% or maybe even slightly more of the EU's emissions come from direct use or production of energy. And that's why the complete transformation of the energy sector as we know it today will be a prerequisite for meeting our objectives on climate neutrality in only 30 years from now. As Niels Fuglsang said very rightly, it's easy to sign up to a target or an objective, even if it is now legally binding within the climate law. The much more difficult bit is, of course, to deliver on that and make sure that we meet those targets. And that is exactly the whole reason why we did the Fit for 55 package, which is, by the way, also called Delivering on the Green Deal, which is, in fact, in a way, a nicer title, because this is all what it is all about. This is delivering on the Green Deal, delivering on our climate ambitions. And as Niels said, this is a huge package, one of the biggest I think we've ever done, 13 proposals currently on the table and a couple more on the way. And it covers a lot of things, of course, from us here in DG Energy in the European Commission. It is especially the energy efficiency and renewable energy directives that are at the center, but there's equally the emission trading, there's the CO2 and cars, alternative fuels, taxation, the famous CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. So there's a lot of stuff, and it's all now being negotiated in the interinstitutional machinery with the Parliament and the Council. And of course, from the Commission side, we try to see this going forward as fast as possible and to keep, shall we say, the integrity of the package together, because this is a package. They all are complementary in many ways, and many of the different bits of the package only function with other packages and so on and so forth. So as far as energy is concerned, I think it's fair to say that there are three basic things that we need to do. First of all, we need to improve our energy efficiency. This is the proposal to revise the Energy Efficiency Directive, where Niels Fuglsang, as he said, is the rapporteur. We need to step up our ambition from the current 32.5% to 36%. We need to make that target binding, just like it is for renewables. This is what the Commission is proposing. And because energy efficiency is so important, we are also coming out hopefully next week, and I'm happy to say that we are largely on track to do that. You never know until obviously the commissioners has decided, but normally we should come out next week also with a very important proposal on energy efficiency in buildings. The revised Energy Performance of Buildings Directive is scheduled for adoption in the Commission on the 14th of December. The second thing that we need to do is that we need to have much more renewable energy, sustainable energy in general, but especially renewable energy. That's why we are also proposing to step up our efforts within the Renewable Energy Directive and increase the target to at least 40%. According to our analysis, that is the right level. It is ambitious. It's a second doubling. We had the first doubling with the first Renewable Energy Directive, and now we're aiming for the second doubling in 2 decades. And of course, the second doubling is always more difficult to do than the first doubling, it goes without saying. We want especially to focus on renewable heating and cooling, which is an area where we think we're lagging behind. And also, as part of this proposal, we are looking at strengthening the sustainability criteria for bioenergy, including on biomass. And then I think the third thing we need to do, and that's a little bit more difficult, perhaps, that is to create what we call smart integration of the energy systems. We need to have a much more integrated and holistic approach to everything we do on energy, be it electricity, heating, transport, energy use in industry, and so on and so forth. And that was why we came out with the Energy System Integration Strategy last year, which basically sets out a vision for a smarter and more integrated and optimized energy system, which we think is necessary in a way that all sectors can really contribute to decarbonization. As part of that, we also, at the same time, issued a strategy for hydrogen, and they have both of these strategies have a lot of specific actions that now needs to be launched, or some of them have already been launched. Some of them are actually part of the Fit for 55 package. Some of them at EU level, some of them at national level, but both of these strategies are, in our view, very important in terms of guiding the energy transition as we move forward. Electrification, in our view, is a key avenue for energy system integration, and also a key avenue for cost-effective decarbonization. But we also need to look at areas that cannot easily be electrified, and there we are looking at certain types of transport, for example, aviation, but also certain types of industry, and that's of course also where hydrogen can come in and play an important role. If I turn now to the situation in the Netherlands, we are very pleased in the Commission to see an acceleration of renewable energy deployment in the Netherlands in recent years. Still, I have to say that the target which is set in the current Renewable Energy Directive for the Netherlands, which is 14%, in our view, we believe that there is a risk that the Netherlands will not meet this target. And when I say I believe, it's because we don't yet have the official numbers from Eurostat, but many of the projections show that it will be very difficult to actually hit that target by 2020 with the official numbers. Therefore, we are very happy to see that the Netherlands have engaged in what we call statistical transfers. So basically, so we say buying renewable electricity, which is produced and deployed in other member states to fill that gap. But I think we're even more pleased to see that in very recent years, we see that, for example, the Dutch solar PV market is now growing quite strongly. And we're also very pleased to see that some of the offshore wind parks are now on stream and fully operational. So we think that there's a catching up, but of course we all know that many of these things take some time. There's a long lead time for some renewable energy investments sometimes, and the Commission is actually looking at this for the moment. Permitting and licensing takes a long time, and that's why we are planning next year to come out with guidelines for best practices on permitting, especially for renewable energy, but also for other things. So, especially in view of the very high ambitions for hydrogen in the Netherlands, and I think it's fair to say that the Netherlands is a front runner on hydrogen. And of course, for the Commission, and I'm happy to see that also for the Netherlands, hydrogen should be renewable hydrogen, but that makes it even more important to make progress on renewable electricity, because that is of course necessary in order to produce, shall we say, green hydrogen. And understand that there's a plan to have 500 megawatt electrolyzers for green hydrogen already by 2025, and maybe 3 to 4 gigawatt of electrolyzers for green hydrogen by 2030. And of course, this will require an awful lot of renewable electricity. And we are therefore happy to see that things are now speeding up. We're also quite happy to see that the Dutch government is pursuing the development of a dedicated hydrogen infrastructure, because that will be necessary, at least to some extent. Turning now to energy efficiency, here we are pleased to see that the Netherlands is on track to achieve the 2020 energy efficiency target. Again, we will see when the officials number come, but here it looks better than on renewables. We also think that many of the policies which have put in place in the Netherlands have been very, very effective in terms of bringing on more efficiency, for example, in the building sector. Now, with the strengthened level of ambition, it is of course very important to keep that going. And there we could have some concerns when we look at the Dutch NECP, the National Energy and Climate Plan, We do not want to see a slowdown in the effort, so we urge you to keep going on energy efficiency. It is so important to meet all our targets, including, by the way, our renewable energy targets, because they are, of course, a function of energy consumption as well. Still on buildings, we are very impressed with the Dutch long-term renovation strategy that has been submitted to the Commission. We think that is a very important and good document with concrete milestones. And I understand that this will be discussed in much more detail later on today. But for example, this objective to insulate 1.5 million residential and other buildings by 2030 to make them gas-free or gas-free ready, as I think it's called in the Netherlands, is something that we think is a very, very good idea. So overall, I would say a relatively positive picture that we see from the Netherlands. We of course, with the increased ambition that has been proposed with the Fit for 55 package, there's absolutely no place for slowing down the efforts or relaxing on the efforts. We need to do more and to continue the good efforts that's going on. So I've tried to give you a little bit of a snapshot of the situation both in the EU and in the Netherlands, both when it comes to energy efficiency and renewables. Now that all member states have agreed to our climate neutrality target for 2050, we need really to make progress urgently, and only by making progress towards 2030, we will be on the right track towards 2050. It's not an option to delay action, because then it will simply be too difficult, too expensive, and compromise potentially our climate objective for 2050. So the challenges are really big, but I think what is even more important to say is that the opportunities that flow from all this are equally big, and that's really the message that I wanted to give here today. I think we can make it. We need to work together with determination, and we also need to be creative on some points, but we do believe that we can transform our energy system and make a very good start now in the COVID pandemic situation, where we want to get out of this crisis, make the right investments, and we'll be on track. And I think that's really what everyone is expecting from politicians at all levels. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I look forward to following at least a little bit of this workshop this morning. Thank you very much. Back to you, Jan.
So thanks a lot. Thanks for showing us the ambition of the challenge of the climate change issue itself, but also the ambition level that Brussels and the European Union has developed. So I think there's a steep learning curve, but also very important to know that this is not just a negative future. It's full of opportunities about economic growth, about health and everything. So, but do we deliver enough? Is this good enough what we do on the European level? Is it good enough on the national level? Hans, you already stressed some points that can be improved, but still, I'm very happy now to invite Bart Hemmes. Bart, you're the president of the Youth for Climate in the Netherlands. Bart, give us a very honest, straight into the face opinion. Is this already enough? Where should the Netherlands improve? Where do you also see the European Union in need to ramp up ambition? So Bart, is this your time now? Great to have you with us.
Yes, first of all, is it enough? I think not. And to give you an idea why I think it's not really enough, I want to give you a youth perspective to the climate crisis. Because in the Netherlands, we have a lot of motivated young people who are very concerned about the climate crisis. They are activists for the planet, for the climate, for sustainability. Like there are a ton of organizations in the Netherlands who are advocating for a sustainable future and to fight the climate crisis. And they are right to do so, in my opinion, because the climate crisis has a terrible influence on our future. Save the Children recently published a report, Born into the Climate Crisis, and that showed the effects of the climate crisis per generation. So, for example, they compared people who were born in 1960 to people who were born in 2020, and then they found that people who were born in 2020 compared to people who were born in 1960 had will experience 2 times as many wildfires in their life, 2.8 times as many failed harvests, 2.6 times as many droughts, 2.8 times as many river floods, and 6.8 times as many heat waves. And that was given the pledges of the Paris Climate Accord. So that was in Paris. We decided this what we want to do, and then all countries made pledges what they were willing to do, and based on those pledges, it will have this effect on the people who are living now. So that's an enormous effect. So I really want to emphasize the urgency of what we are doing here today. Yes, we are talking today about renewable energy. So in my opinion, there are mainly 2 things we need to do with renewable energy. We need to first change the way we produce energy, and second, how we use this energy. So first, the way we produce energy. In the Netherlands, most houses are connected to the gas grid, so we are using natural gas. But there are plenty of other options to stop using gas. We can use a heat network. So I think many of you know this. We use the rest heat from factories, from data centers, and we use that heat to heat the homes. In Amsterdam, they are now looking at a heat network, and they want to use the heat from factories and data centers, and the place where they burn their waste, to make one big heat network. And Amsterdam is quite a big municipality, of course, so they are able to do that. But there are a lot of other municipalities who are less able to do that. For example, in Schiedam, another municipality, they tried to stop using gas. It did not really go that well. One of the problems was that they were unable, that they needed to keep supplying natural gas to the people who wanted to. So I think the national government is doing something about that now. But still, the national government should take a leading role in this, in my opinion, because you can't leave something as complex as building a heat network to the municipalities. It's simply way too complex. Another thing we need to change, of course, is the way we produce electricity. So this, we need to have solar panels, we need to have wind turbines, we need to use geothermal energy. We know all this. We just need to do it on a much bigger scale. If you walk around and you see the roofs of the buildings around you, then you will see that almost none of them have solar panels, and that's quite worrying, I think. The wind turbines, we can also really expand that because of with one wind turbine, you can supply a lot of houses with electricity. And the final thing, I think, for producing energy and supplying the energy to the houses, to the businesses, is a strong electricity network. Because what we're seeing now in some areas of the Netherlands is that businesses are unable to have like big renewable energy projects, simply because the grid cannot handle it. So that's a really important challenge for us to tackle, because if we don't have a grid that can support renewable electricity, then that's a real bottleneck for the energy transition. And the energy transition is really important to have, because we now want with EU at least 55% CO2 reduction. But I think in the Netherlands we can do better. We are from the top of my head, we are the 4th richest country per GDP per capita in the European Union. So I think there's a real opportunity for us to do better than the 55%. It's just the bottom. We can do way better than that. I know a lot of groups are advocating for 100% CO2 neutral by 2030. Of course, that's quite a big challenge, but let's see how close we can get. And then how do we use the electricity we produce? We are going to use it for electric cars because we don't want to use fossil fuel cars, of course. And we also want to use public transportation more, because electric cars use a lot of electricity, and creating the electric cars also produces a lot of CO2. So we need to make it cheaper and more accessible to use public transportation, having a good public transportation network and replacing the fossil fuel cars with electricity cars will ensure that we also tackle that part of the CO2 and the climate challenge. And then finally, I would like to conclude my remarks by something that was said by one of the speakers earlier. Never let a good crisis go to waste. And now with the COVID crisis, we see that we are supporting businesses with a lot of financial support. And we are also supporting travel agencies and airlines. Maybe we want to think about where do we want our money to be sent? Do we want to use it to keep businesses afloat that are contributing to the climate crisis, or do we want to give it to businesses that are actively fighting against the climate crisis? So in conclusion, there's a lot of work to be done for I think for the people who are participating in this workshop. The members of national parliament, the national government as a whole, I think, because young people are, they want a future, and we are now at a point where we can decide what future do we want to have. Now I would like to give the floor back to Jan Gijs.
Okay, thanks a lot, Bart. Before I comment on this, I would like to invite all the panelists so far, so Hans, Silvio, you and Bart, to come on stage visually, because we want to take a quick photo of this group because Silvio has to rush to the plenary for a speech, I think, something like this. So please, I hope you're all to be seen now on stage, and we take a photo in 5 seconds. I'll count.
Nice to see you, but just turn off your camera, please, because you're not part of this session. We need just the panelists of this session. Thank you so much.
Good. Okay, all good now? So I count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent. So we have the photo. Silvia, good luck for your work. You have to run now, and but I would like to go back now to Bart to actually say the first and important thing. I can tell you, I'm seeing a lot of negotiations in the European Parliament on the national level, even in the cities of Europe. I can tell you, please keep up this pressure from the streets. I know the COVID crisis has taken the efforts a bit off the street for a while, but this is absolutely helpful and necessary that you keep on voicing your concerns. You keep up this pressure. As I said before, we have a decade to solve these issues. And I can tell you how many times it's extremely difficult in politics, in democracy, in negotiations to ramp up ambition. As Hans said, it's a huge task to do. But your pressure in the last 2-3 years was extremely helpful. It was extremely motivating, and also motivating politicians who were never really thinking about climate crisis. Who thought, yeah, that's for the Sunday preachers, but we need to talk about economy first. But nowadays this changes, and well, most of us have kids or family around. We know what's going on. So that's my short comment. So never stop this. It's extremely important to have this pressure from the streets.
Yeah, thank you. We will.
And also your expertise, of course, because I have to say, many of you young ones are much better well educated than some politicians because you're really deep into the knowledge about the International Climate Panel and so on. But now I would like to involve also the other attendees. So we still have Bart and Hans here on stage with us because Niels and Sylvia had to rush for parliamentary business. Again, I would like to remind the attendees, you can raise your hand. There must be, depending on the app or software that you're using, a hand somewhere or a written word saying, raise your hand. So if I see this, there's some coming up already, because then I can bring you up on stage, and I will do that directly with Sander. You have to tell me, Sander, if it's to be pronounced in Dutch or in French, Sander Destombe or Sander Ditombe, you will tell us. So Sander, I allow you to talk now, so you can speak up. You have to unmute your microphone. Then please tell us where you come from, who you are, who you represent, and then of course your comment or question. Please go ahead, Sander.
Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, brilliant. Thank you, Jan. Well, first of all, how to pronounce my name is, well, it's a Dutch name. I'm Dutch, Sander de Tombe. Yeah, strange mix. But my name is Sander de Tombe. I'm working for Ocean Energy Europe. So that's wave, tidal, the ocean energy sector. But I'm working from The Hague, actually. Currently in Brussels. Yesterday we had a conference on ocean energy. Of course, a lot of exciting developments in terms of the offshore renewable energy strategy, with the first targets for this type of development. And in my previous work, I was also very active in the Dutch youth climate movement. The words from Bart were sounded very familiar, and I couldn't agree more. And to Hans van Steen, I was just wondering how the offshore renewable energy strategy could provide opportunities to the Netherlands. That was. You
want to respond?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question, Tom. I think it's really important because offshore actually holds, and I don't need to tell that because you know that as well from where you sit. Offshore actually holds a lot of opportunities and potential for additional renewable energy, especially for the countries around the North Sea, but not only. I would say, I mean, it's important to see that there are also, for those who are, for example, in the Mediterranean basin, with the new technologies floating offshore and so on and so forth, there's also big opportunities there that we should not go amiss. But I think for the North Sea countries, there is a huge potential. That's also why we came out with our offshore renewable energy strategy. I think it was last year, and we set ourselves some targets. And of course, what has made all this possible is the very dramatic decrease in costs of offshore that we have seen, that no one would have thought possible 10 years ago, that you could actually have subsidy-free offshore wind parks coming on stream. And that is, in fact, what we are seeing now. I was last week in the big Wind Europe conference in Copenhagen, and it was really, really impressive to see all the efforts that's ongoing. So I think for the Netherlands, and I know that we now have these, I think for the moment, 2 wind parks, which is called Borssele 1 and 2, which are operational. They became operational at the end of last year, if I'm not mistaken. And they actually produce electricity for quite a huge number of households in the Netherlands, if you look at it like that. Of course, not only households use electricity, but also industry, and then of course it gets a little bit more mixed. And as I said, electricity or electrification is a big avenue for decarbonization. And also, I think in view of the hydrogen ambition for the Netherlands, it is really important that we get all this additional renewable energy on stream. In the Commission's hydrogen strategy, the targets which we have set ourselves are actually equivalent to using all the wind and solar electricity that we have today to produce hydrogen by 2030. So that's of course also why additionality is something really important in the concept of renewable hydrogen. We need to make sure that there's additional renewable electricity coming on stream to power all these hydrogen production facilities, especially electrolysis. So I think offshore can be a big part of the Dutch solution to renewables. I remember when we negotiated the first renewable energy directive, and the 14% target for the Netherlands is, of course, so we say relatively low. If you see the EU average being 20%, the Netherlands is among the member states that have a target that is below the EU average. And of course, there are two reasons for that. First of all, that the starting point was relatively low. There was not a lot of renewable energy to build on, but it's also a function of the potential, because the Netherlands is a country that has a lot of people and maybe not so much space compared to certain other member states. And that's of course where offshore also gives opportunities. And I think for the moment, for example, Belgium is ahead of the Netherlands in terms of deploying offshore energy, offshore renewables. So I think there's still potential and opportunities for the Netherlands to build additional offshore wind parks on its offshore space. I'll maybe leave it there because I haven't got the numbers here right in front of me, but we could probably dig them up, but maybe Tom, you actually have them where you sit.
Okay, thanks, Hans. I see there's another question coming up from Els Striving from one of our future speakers here. So Els, please go ahead. You have a question to Bart, I think.
Yes, I have a question to Bart. Thank you for your presentation. And I know that a lot of young people are very concerned about the climate change and everything. And I would like to ask you, I'm very active in a local energy cooperative. So I'm from the citizen side, so to say, and in an energy community. For us, it's we have a lot of students here in Groningen, my hometown. But for us, it's hard to involve the young people in our bottom-up actions and activities. So how could we reach this this group, and how make their energy active for us as well?
Yes, well, first my compliments that you're participating in an energy cooperative, because that's the kind of citizenship we need. People who are actively finding solutions for a better world. And then to answer your question, how to involve young people, is I think it's smart to look at already existing groups. So there are a lot of activist groups all around the Netherlands. Lots of who also have local groups. So, for example, Fridays for Future. I know they have a lot of local groups. I'm not sure, but I think they also have one in Groningen.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, so you could involve them. But also, you are in Groningen. It's a student city. There's a university there. So you could also involve the Green Office of the University of Groningen, because I think most of the universities in the Netherlands have a Green Office. That is looking at how can we make the university more sustainable. How can we do our part in fighting the climate crisis? So I think there are a lot of existing groups that you can involve, and I think they would be happy to help. I can't imagine they would not be. So just my advice, try and involve them. Those existing groups.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for this great debate. Time flies again with very interesting contributions. I would like to open, first of all, thank, of course, the speakers of this session, Bart and Hans and the others who left already, for this amazing opening of this workshop. And we move now into the energy efficiency part of the whole story. So we'll focus more on the two different sectors. And I'm happy to open up the panel now with the other speakers. So I would like to invite Bert Stey to come on stage. Also Hildegarde McCorville, she's here, and else you have been on stage already. So it's great to have you here. And we would go now into the debate about the energy efficiency policy side and technology side, and how you implement that in the Netherlands, where you think things should go further. And that's why it's a huge honor for me to have someone from the Netherlands Enterprise Agency. So that's one of the experts pools on energy efficiency in the Netherlands. And we have very close links for many, many years already. So Bert, it's great to have you here. You are the manager of the Sustainable and Competitive Energy of the Netherlands Enterprise Agency, and you will tell us about the crucial role of efficiency for the Dutch climate policy. So Bert, great to have you here. Great to see you.
Right. This is always exciting whether the sharing of my screen works.
It works, I can see it.
You can
Just
see it.
have to presentation mode, then it's even better. Yeah, but it's the presenters mode, but we can see it. You can go ahead anyway.
Okay, yeah, okay. Maybe I should change this now.
Yeah, put it full screen.
Is it now okay?
Yeah, now it's perfect. Go ahead. Great.
Right. Thank you very much. Indeed, I work for the Netherlands Enterprise Agency, closely involved in policy development and policy execution in the Netherlands. And I'd like to say a few things about efficiency policies, indeed, and their relation to the climate policies. Because oddly enough, I think in the past 4 years, efficiency didn't have so much of an emphasis as it perhaps deserves. Because in many ways, we work towards climate neutrality, climate policies were defined, and efficiency was almost as a part of that, but not having maybe the emphasis that it deserved. And I'll say a few things about that, and then we can see how efficiency takes its place again and deserves that place. So first on climate policies and a few brief notes. The current ambition is emissions to be halved in 2030 and net zero in 2050. And I put current here, or I would like to underline that because they will go up, and I'll come back to that later. There is a key role for energy efficiency, even if we don't talk sometimes enough about it. The process, how we got to these climate policies, was a climate agreement and climate law. I say one or two things about that. And I'll say something about the efficiency importance in the various domains. If I've got time, I'll give you some examples. Now, this is the going down line in terms of emissions in the Netherlands, and here you also see the distribution of where the emissions are coming from at this moment. You see the dominance of industry and the power production, and a much smaller role for a built environment and, for instance, agricultural sector. It's for many people, it's actually surprising how limited the contribution of the built environment is in the total CO2 emissions. And it says something about the economic structure of the Netherlands that is so. If we then look about what fraction of that should be achieved through efficiency, I just picked here the IEA split. And I think it is maybe not exactly the same in the Netherlands, but almost everywhere it's 1/3 efficiency, 1/3 renewables, and 1/3 other measures. You can think of carbon capture and storage, switching to lower emitting fuels. Maybe also nuclear can be one of those. Now, in the Netherlands, it may even be so that efficiency is a little bit more than that third, but even so, it gives a good indication. If we think about the process, and this is a very busy sheet, and I'm not going through that in detail, but the only message I want to bring here is that from the beginning, the Dutch government has tried to involve society in a very broad sense in achieving its climate ambition. So we define, and that's no rocket science because everyone does that, the whole emission portfolio in the electricity sector, mobility sector, industrial sector, agriculture, and built environment. And society, of course, plays a role as a whole. But it's from these 5 sectors that the emissions come. And the Dutch government asked of, and it was organized in tables or societal processes, and the Dutch government asked them, how would you do it if this is your target to achieve the emission reductions we need? And indeed, there was a process of 1 or 2 years backed up by climate law. That's more the political side of things. This was more the societal side of things. of how to achieve the emissions. Now, as we move through 2020 to 2021, we actually observed that with the current policy portfolio, we would actually not reach the targets in 2030. And that already, although we at this moment we don't have a missionary cabinet, that will hopefully happen this month or next month. But even the cabinet, which was a little bit like a caretaker government, still decided to put additional effort on climate policies in the budget discussions this autumn. So that was very good news, I think. Then, if you look a little bit closer at these sectors, you see here the ambitions. And I think there's one very important message I want to bring out here, and that's on the first little graph, is that from 1990 to 2017, although the greenhouse gas emissions did reduce, the actual CO2 emissions in the Netherlands did not fall at all. They didn't fall at all. So we are only very much at the beginning of the transition we have to make. It is not just bending the curve. It is actually getting the curves on breakneck speed down to zero in 2050 and halve them in 2030. And for instance, in the power sector, you see that actually emissions have risen from 1990 to 2017. And that's mainly because we have built new coal plants, which are now going to be shut in a hurry. You also see the very sharp ambitions for the industrial sector, where it is going to be actually quite challenging to achieve those emission reductions we need here. I move on then to almost the key subject there, the summary of what's going to be done. If we look at buildings, it was already mentioned, the four key features there are gas-free neighborhoods, almost as overlying. We see heat pumps as a key element there, renovation, i.e. insulation in many houses, and heat networks. And the green ones are really efficiency measures. So the cornerstone of achieving our buildings zero emission. If you look at the industry, you see that process integration, process optimization, and electrifications are two key features. Carbon capture utilization also, but that could not really be termed efficiency because, in fact, sometimes it costs additional energy to do the carbon storage there. In the power sector, obviously, that's not the efficiency. There we move to renewables. The closure of coal plants are one of the crucial things, and offshore wind was discussed already. If we look at the mobility sector, we see, for instance, electric transport, which not only allows you to use renewable energy, but also increases efficiency dramatically. Two examples, and that's actually the last thing I want to bring out here from industry, and also it illustrates how massive the effects are of when you do something in the industrial side. So this is, for instance, steam recompression. I won't go into detail there, but many of our heavy chemical industries, which are the key emitters in the Netherlands, would benefit greatly from process optimization. Efficiency is there the key thing to achieve our targets. And another example from the Rotterdam area, where we actually use, we make the process more circular in many ways, utilizing waste materials to remake steam and then keep, if you like, the energy in the system. It is not as yet circularity in the terms of reusing materials, but it is at least reusing the energy contained in these materials. In brief, the ambitions in the Netherlands are now emissions to be halved in 2030 compared to 1990 and net zero in 2050. And the 2030 ambitions are likely to be upped. They will rise because of the EU policies, which have been formulated in the course of the last cabinet, EU Fit for 55, of course, and COP26, which has emphasized the speed of emission reductions, and the new cabinet, which to all intents and purposes and to all expectations will also rise the ambitions. The process is climate agreement and policies. Policies may have to intensify, as I said. And in the various sectors we approach, we see efficiency in industry, in buildings, in transport as a cornerstone of the policy package. So with that, I hope to see you in the future. And this could be the Netherlands dam, so partly on the water, but nevertheless a joyful place to live in, I hope, in 2021. 100 if we look 50 years ahead from there. So thank you very much. So with this, that's the policy portfolio, and that's the role of efficiency in it.
So thanks a lot, Bert. That's very interesting and very challenging, but also good that you show the interlinkages of renewables and efficiency, how they are two sisters and brothers, actually. So it's an honor now to also invite Hildegarde McCarville. Hildegarde, you're the CEO of Veolia Netherlands, and we all know Veolia. You are one of the biggest resource managers and logistics experts that we could think of. So it's great to hear from you now about how to realize the Dutch energy efficiency roadmap using a more holistic, circular, and digital approach. So that's really a big question. But it's not only systemic and circular in the policy circles, it's also technology and resource flow. So Hildegarde, great to hear from you about this.
Thanks, Jan. In relation to it, Rachel, can I ask maybe, because you have the slides there, just to go to the next page, if you don't mind?
Sure.
So as Rachel is doing that, I'll just maybe give a brief introduction. So thank you, everybody, and I'm delighted to be here. I just wanted to give some examples of how, as a services organisation, we are effectuating European and national policy. And as Jan had referred to, by actually taking a more holistic and circular approach, and by adopting more digital tools, how we are actually helping our clients today and in the future realise those energy efficiencies, shift to a more energy efficient and renewable, and then obviously to realise the energy targets and savings in GHG emissions reduction. By way of introduction, as Jan said, we are an environmental services company. We were established in 1853, and really at the time it was purely for public health. We were asked to recreate it in order to provide access to clean drinking water. And over the next 160 years, yes, with urbanization, industrialization, and population growth, now we have 7.9 billion. At the heart of it, our organization remains the same. It's about providing access to key and critical and essential resources, especially scarce resources these days, and that is water, energy, air, and obviously secondary raw materials, which is obviously critical as we try to achieve the Green Deal and the Fit for 55 targets. On you go, Rachel. From a perspective of obviously in 2019, Europe decided, and the European leaders decided that actually they would become the first continent, and set themselves the ambition to become the first continent that was carbon neutral. And obviously that has translated and has been built upon in relation to various directives, whether it's the Energy Efficiency Directive or the Energy Public Buildings Directive. In order to how we can realize that, especially given that buildings are 40% of all the energy consumed across Europe, and 36% of all the GHG emissions. From a perspective of Europe, I'm delighted to see that actually European policy has not taken a silo approach, and actually that this aspect of energy efficiency is actually only one part of the Green Deal, because we recognize the need for a fundamental transformation in how we actually consume our energy, generate our energy, the need to have a more socially equitable society with opportunities for everyone, to have everyone's voice heard, and to embrace the digital opportunities that now we face, but also to be able to tackle key challenges like the farm to fork policy and the impact that we're having as a society in relation to that. The next page, Rachel. From that perspective, I think it also ties into what actually is Veolia and how we actually are constructed ourselves. As I said, we are an organization that was set up initially for a public health reason. And since then, our core remains to enable human progress through that, whether that in terms of providing access to resources, preserving them, or recovery and replenishing them. And we know as a society that we're actually consuming 1.6 Earths annually with all that we use and what we need in order to absorb the waste that we generate. And even worse still, it's only 1 billion of the 7.9 billion people that are actually consuming 45% of those resources. So it's not sustainable. We have to change. And that's why for us, we believe in what we call the ecological transformation. So it is about how we actually adopt a behavior to become more circular, to change our energy consumption, to become more efficient, and to become more inclusive, and to have a different society and to create a different society. And I stress that because actually in a way it aligns and it parallels what is the Green Deal, but it also means that as we go through this discussion of how do we translate what we know to be a target into policy and policy onto the ground, well, we've tried to live that ourselves. So we have set ourselves 18 KPIs that we measure our performance against. We in turn then have created systems and tools and processes to be able to do that, and that we are now sharing with our clients as they try to hit the 2030 and the 2050 targets. And I just shared there in the corner 3 of the metrics that we actually use in terms of what have we done in terms of recycled plastics, what have we done in terms of avoided CO2 emissions, what have we done in terms of reduction of renewable energy. And those targets are audited and checked and reported on annually and with full transparency in relation to it. And to build upon maybe what Bart had said earlier on, if you go to the next slide, Rachel, you will also see that we translate that locally within a Dutch context. So we believe that this ecological transformation or the realization of the Green Deal really requires us to have a different approach. So it's an open approach, it's a discursive approach, and that's why we actually chose locally in the Netherlands to use KEK, the Climate and Energy Couple organization, which is a network or a think tank of young professionals that actually will be living with the consequences of our decisions and want to have an active voice in how are we going to transform, how do we become more energy efficient, and what's the sort of society we want to do. And there you can see the targets that we set ourselves in terms of 2020 for the next 2 years. We have hit 1, 2, and 3 in relation to it. And I always aim that we can be more flexible, embrace more digital and a learning organization, but that is an ongoing process that we have day in, day out. On you go, Rachel. So from that perspective, that's just the context that I wanted to share. I'll share some of the examples. They're there in the graph. We'll go to maybe to the next slide, Rachel, and we'll start with the first one, which really is in relation to Danone. So I wanted to share how we can co-create with our clients and how we actually tackle these challenges of efficiency and renewability and reducing carbon footprint. And this is Danone Estia. It's in Kuik in the Netherlands, in the south of the Netherlands. It is the global benchmark for these types of production plants across the globe. And really, our client came to us and we had signed a global agreement with Danone. They wanted to have their CO2 emissions by 2030 and go to carbon neutrality by 2050. And they said, can you help us achieve it? We want to look at everything from sustainable agriculture to renewable energy to plastics. How do we actually do that? And this was the first plant that we co-created with them in relation to it. It's twice the size of the legacy plant. It's 60% less water, 25% less energy, and 50% less CO2. And it's zero waste. Next slide, Rachel. From a perspective of, that was great for Danone because it was a greenfield site, so you weren't actually changing anything. But this is Kleefse Wort in Arnhem. It is 75 years old. It's a heavy industrial park. Originally, it worked on coal, heavy fuel oil, gas. It's now working with biomass. We are transitioning again to the next phase. We're in the middle of doing a feasibility study to see can we do a hydrogen backbone on the grid of the actual park itself. And also then we've actually worked with the park owner to renovate all their buildings, to make the buildings so they still have the same aesthetic on the outside, but they're energy efficient inside. And we monitor that in real time and we communicate that consumption in real time and share that with all our stakeholders as we try to transition that park into an eco park and ensure that the 1,000 people that are employed in that plant have a future role going forward. Next slide, Rachel. But this is not just the only example that we have. And again, it goes back to the approach that we believe should happen in order to hit the Green Deal and to hit the energy efficiency is to work in collaboration with others. And Naturaluk is, we're a shareholder in Naturaluk. It's a district heating network in the Netherlands. And as part of the regional energy strategy programs in the Netherlands, we're working with municipalities, we're looking with cities and businesses. And this is just one example in relation to what we are doing. This is in Eindhoven already. It is renewable heat and that is supplied to the district heating network there because we have a biomass plant. Again, it's a transition into the future. And now we're looking here, as examples were mentioned before, about can we recover the rest heat coming from an industrial client and use that to feed into the grid to be able to make it CO2 neutral by 2040. You can see on the right-hand side that we actually track the efficiencies and the targets we have there. We have a full digitalization protocol. We have full backup, and we're able to track in real time by changing how we operate, by changing the configuration of the plants, how we can reduce our water consumption and our energy consumption in order to realize those CO2 targets. Next slide. But this concept of actually reusing waste heat is not new. So Douwe Egberts, and I'm sure everyone in the Netherlands knows who they are because they make great coffee. They're based in Yara, and there, this is where we believe, again, legislation cannot be in silos. So this was coming through when the company wanted to expand, they wanted to increase production, which is great. It gives prosperity and jobs and security. But it was the time when actually landfills were being banned in the Netherlands, and the company had a need then, well, what do we do with the byproduct of our production process, which is spent coffee grain? So there we worked with them to build a biomass boiler. We take the spent coffee grain coming from the production process, we take the wastewater and from that make biogas, and the whole plant is effectively 100% renewable in terms of its energy supply. And obviously we would try and improve that each year in terms of efficiency to improve upon the CO2 savings that you see there. Next slide, Rachel. So going back to the concept of the renovation, and of course, obviously within the European policy, there's a need to have kind of a 3% renovation target coming through. And in terms of the buildings, we know that most of the buildings in Europe are over 50 years old. And as I said, 75% are inefficient. But this project by National Netherlander, which we're a part of, really is quite remarkable, and it's an award-winning project. And we delivered that with 11 other partners for the client in the middle of COVID. It was a 2-year project, and it was in 2 locations, Delfsport, Haaseport, and it was really about, as we come out of COVID, how are we going to recreate what is our workplace of the future, this hybrid environment, this changing environment. We have come through COVID and we need to address and adapt. And that's what the company had brought in for, again, the zero waste policy, again with full recoverability. You'll see on the left-hand side those beautiful panels in those buildings. Actually, a lot of it is made from the paper that we got from them, because they're a client on the paper side. All that was confidentially destroyed, reused, and now is transformed into art. So you're talking about breathing new life into an organization using digital and actually tracking smartly key elements like air quality. Instead of having it across one floor, it's in different regions, in different zones. And that's key, because most people don't realize that air quality is the 4th killer for most people globally in the world. And most people don't realize that actually the air quality inside buildings often is worse than outside. Next slide. So I said that we were looking about that kind of that circular approach, and I've just given some examples, but really key is data and that digital transformation in real time to change behaviors, to react and to respond quickly. And with that, again, Rachel, new slide. I go back to where we as Veolia set ourselves the target to actually, I suppose, each our own beliefs in the first place, you know. So we had this global need to become the benchmark in the ecological transformation. And that meant that we ourselves had to go with, well, how do we create, how do we track that? How do we report that? How are we going to do it? And once we've done it, how are we doing it for our clients? And this across all our global operations is kind of the key issues that we see coming through: reliability, security, comfort, again about air quality and lighting and heat, economical. How can we actually optimize the infrastructure assets, the HVAC assets, the generation assets, and change our approach in terms of maintenance and how we operate them in order to reduce the life cycle cost and the total cost of ownership of those facilities. From an environmental perspective, how are we actually hitting those targets? How can we actually become BREEAM certified or WELL certified? And then again, from a communication and transparency, how do we demonstrate that? How do we communicate that? How do we create awareness that this is something that we're doing? And it's not just for the facilities manager in the organization. It's not just for the person that carries the targets in terms of the procurement. It's not for the person that's a CSR. It's about transforming how everyone in an organization actually adopts. And that was the really interesting thing also with National Nederlander, in that there was thousands of employees involved in that process to be able to do it. So having gone through
Hildegarde, could you wrap up in a minute?
I'm gone down now. So
having
gone through that, in relation to it, what we came with was the hub grade, and that's the way in where we actually track it and we move it through. If you go 2 slides forward, then please, Rachel. I'll skip that because I've just discussed that. And here you can see that actually globally, what we have done and where it actually sits. And I just want to highlight that from that perspective, with the 650 surveys we've actually done there, the CO2 savings are 6.6 million metric tons per year. One last point. Next slide, Rachel. I just wanted to go on again, sorry. I just wanted to talk about the last part, which is about flexibility, because we talk about efficiency, but we can't do it without flexibility. And it was what we discussed earlier on with earlier speakers, which is about as we move more and more from fossil fuels and to more renewables, we will have this greater need for flexibility because we will become more electrified in relation to where it sits. Next slide. That means then that actually we will have this imbalance on the market, and we need to be able to address it. And my very last slide is, but I think that actually we can do that with public buildings as we redefine what their role actually is. As we become more and more electrified, as we reduce our emissions, as we become more efficient, and as we move to actually EV batteries and to electric vehicles, the demand for electricity will go up. But as we know already, our grid is weak. So we should move to a more decentralized solution. And then that enables buildings and municipal buildings to be able to play a key role where they connect and they're able to take excess heat produced by houses during the summer or in the, and then store that excess power and we send it back to the grid. So that was just about the future, where we think that actually energy efficiency can be used and the role of public buildings going forward. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Hildegarde. Very impressive to see how complex policies are put into practice in the end. So it's very impressive. So, and we have another example now that will show how you can transform the building sector, for example, especially having in mind, let me call it kind of a revolution, what's going on in the Netherlands in the gas sector. As you know, we had some gas crisis in the Netherlands. Some parts decided to go out of gas, partly or even fully. And so the question is how you create the buildings which are not depending on gas so much. So it's a huge honor now to have Els Straving. Els, you are the coordinator for the demo houses in Paddepoel of the organization Making City. And Els, you will tell us exactly how energy efficiency projects, as an example, can be how to prepare the Dutch homes for a natural gas-free future. So it's a big question all over Europe. And I think we can learn from the Netherlands a lot because you go through a very steep and interesting transition there. So Els, the floor is yours now.
Yes, please introduce yourself, and the presentation is coming in a second.
Yes. Okay, can I start now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, yes. Oh, well, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to speak. And I would like Hildegarde to invite Hildegarde to come to Groningen, the city of Groningen. And Rachel, could you please start the presentation? I don't see.
It should be coming. I don't know. Rochelle, do you have it? Is it
It's
coming?
coming in 1 second. Just give me a second.
Okay. So I'll introduce myself first. My name is Els Struijving. I'm active in a local energy cooperative, and in the city of Groningen, we're working on a Horizon 2020 project called Making City, which allows us to build a sort of living lab where we're testing the energies and monitoring the energy system on a district level. So we are creating or trying to create, I'd say, a positive energy district. That's the goal of Making City. And we're involving all kinds of, all parts of the energy system. So there's 12 partners in the project, including knowledge institutes, the local cooperative, of course, and the local municipal heat supplier, Warmtestad, which is building, as we speak, building a heat grid for the area that we're active in and that I'm living in as well. And I still don't see the sheets.
There's a technical problem. We try to solve it right now.
Okay. I'll just talk on. And what we did in the Making City project, which is really a demonstration project where the municipality of Groningen is in the lead as a lighthouse city, is that we want to show how this is done, how this energy transition is working on a district level. And what I wanted to talk today about is a very small part of the of this Making City project, which is the part of the demo houses. When I was first involved in this Making City idea, and I knew that Groningen was starting the project, I said, well, let's have let's ask some citizens, some families in houses, if they want to become a demo house, because then we have 4 houses now. We can have we can show the technical transition, so the retrofitting, the heat pumps, the installation, the insulation needed, but we can also see what's the social transition, and we can also monitor that. What's happening? How do people react? What are their problems? How do citizens see these goals? How can we reach these goals? What does it cost? What does the retrofitting cost? What does the heat grid connection cost? So bringing this whole important energy efficiency questions and renewable energy to a very local level. And I would like to I'd like to show a very some pictures, but maybe I can try.
Else, do you have it on your computer? Because it's a super huge PowerPoint.
Okay.
Let me see. I think I can manage now.
Yeah.
I will try to do it. Bum, bum, bum.
We can skip the first sheets now.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Tell me if I should move forward.
Yes, you can. So this was the introduction. It's a Horizon 2020 project with 8 cities, and Groningen and Oulu in Finland are the lighthouse cities. And we're we have 3 years of work now, and we still have 2 to go. So maybe the next one. And as I told you, we have several partners, knowledge institutes, the Warmtestad, the heat supplier, and I myself am from the local energy cooperative, Gunnige Power, working with Parliament Energiek. The next one. We have 2 districts where we're saving all the data and monitoring everything with several buildings, social housing house, an energy academy, and also the 4 demo houses. So we have 2 districts, a residential district and a district with a lot of service industry. And we're not just looking into retrofitting and buildings, we're also looking into electrical vehicles, floating solar panels. So the whole energy system is being looked at and monitored, and trying to find opportunities. Where are the opportunities to generate electricity locally, to store electricity? So it's a really very exciting project to be in. Next one.
So like this.
Yes, and then this is Paddepoel. This is, I think you can see my house. It's a very typical post-war district. It's a pretty boring, not exciting district with a lot of terraced houses, a lot of and very little new houses. As you can see, it's practically all from the 60s, built in the 60s, built in these large post-war surges of building activity. And we have a very mixed population right now, a lot of elderly people and a lot of students. So that's in between, there's not much in between. So we also have, that's the next slide, some active local residents, and that's how I got involved into Making City, because we were active in some small actions in the district already. Next one. What we did is search and find families who would join us in our journey towards an energy positive district. And they allowed us to use their pictures of their families, and they allowed us to put meters in their house, and they're on the journey to transformation. Maybe we can go to the next one. So this is, I think this is a house from 2008. And what you see here is that a heat pump is installed, and you see the vice mayor and you see the residents, and you also see how large this heat pump installation is. Next slide, because I wanted to tell about the challenges for each house, which is part of the larger challenges. For example, in this house, they had a north-facing roof, so they couldn't have a lot of solar panels. So we built a solar roof in the garden. One of the other challenges was that it was very hard to find an installation company that could install the heat pump and that could tune the heat pump. There were several issues with tuning the height, the heat pump to the right, to find the right setting for the heat pump. And we also found that they also had a heat recovery system, and this wasn't working with the heat pump. So there's a lot of knowledge that is used to make this work more smoothly. Next one. The next demo house is a house from 1975. We installed 26 solar panels and 2 heat pumps, an outside unit and an inside unit. And so we didn't have to go very heavy on insulation. That was a choice that was made. And the idea was that this kind of installation could simulate the existence of a heat grid, middle temperature or low temperature. So next slide. So you can see a lot of work has to be done. So one of the problems was, where do we put this thing? Where do we put this? You can see someone from Daikin crawling out of in the attic. We decided to, well, the owners, the homeowners, decided to have one unit outside and one in their garage, but they were very concerned. It's an elderly couple. They're very nice people, but they were very. They were okay to join in the project, but they constantly ask us, is it warm enough in our house? How will this work? And unfortunately, in the first 2 weeks of the installation, the heat pump had failures for 12 times, and they didn't know how to reset the heat pump. So this shows, and the installation company had told them that they shouldn't touch the heat pump because just call us if something's wrong. So they have had some cold nights. So this is about a place to put the heat pump, make the right decisions, affordability, how to insulate this. All these questions come up if you want to make a house from 1975 gas-free. Next one. Well, this is showing another challenge. We've had an energy plan scenario for this house, but we have had troubles finding an installation company, and we've also troubles finding the heat pumps we had in mind weren't delivered because the production facility had shut down because of Corona. So we're still waiting. And the homeowners are still waiting as well. Next one.
Question is, could you wrap up in 2 minutes,
yes,
Max?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the largest challenge, I think. What we see here is a lovely family in a house. They bought a small house from 1966. You can maybe show the next picture. Because this is a house that was in an area where a lot of social housing is. And what you see there is that they bought this house they scraped together their money to buy this house. And then this large renovation project was made. They joined with some of the measures, had a new insulated roof, but they couldn't join financially with all the measures. So in this, I think this is the most challenging demo house of all, because there's less money in the household. The renovation measures are more expensive, and we wrote to six installation companies to offer a gas-free or a gas-free ready solution. And 4 of them said, we can't, we have no time, it's too complicated. So next one is, so what I wanted to show is some of the very, very, very practical issues we're dealing with. And I'm very happy that I was able to disseminate, spread the word here about our the wonderful project Making City in Groningen. And this is a slide to show that we're also using the homeowners to tell other people in the area about what they're doing. And so I think this dissemination of results and also problems, it's good to have that on every level. So that was my presentation.
Okay, thanks a lot, Els. That's also very, very interesting how to put such a thing into place technically, also financially. And we discuss a lot in Brussels that people should go for deep renovation. So if you do it properly and not some superficial stuff because you're stuck for, again, 30 years with it. So, but to convince people to keep their house warm in the process is a challenge, absolutely. Time flies. Therefore, I would like to suggest that we now go into a short coffee break and that we come back together again exactly sharply at 11 o'clock to continue with the next session. And then we'll go into a whole new part of it, which is called the narrative session. I see there's a very short contribution question from Eric Barenson. Eric, if you want to come briefly on stage with your video, if you like.
Sure.
But very briefly, because we have to rush.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm just reflecting back to El's presentation. I had a similar issue. I wonder what the consensus would be. I want to install a heat pump in my house as well. I'm living in a very old townhouse, which is built in 1910 or something, so pretty hard to isolate. But actually, the different companies that I approached all simply refused to install even a hybrid heat pump. They say we cannot get it comfortable, and I think they're just cherry picking. They're going for the low-hanging fruit where they are absolutely sure that they can make their money. And I'm very interested to understand how Brussels looks at this. I mean, I think people wanting to do the right thing, but are just, being blocked by the installation companies, which have either no time or do cherry picking or, for whatever different reasons. So I just want to bring that to the stage, and perhaps we can address this later on during the day.
Absolutely. Thanks for that comment. I would say from the debates that we hear, it's two things. On the one hand, is training the installers. I think there's still a lot of knowledge lacking, and there's still here installers all over Europe saying some things, the renewables or efficiency just doesn't work, but it's not true, as we all know. It's just a new systems adapting to the future. And the second thing is, of course, to have frameworks, policies, standards that give the right incentives to these installers to offer these solutions to the people, not to go back to the one with the highest margin or the stuff that they installed for 20 years already. So that's absolutely crucial point. There's a big bottleneck there as well. Okay, now I'm generous. Let's prolong the coffee break. We all need a warm coffee. So let's go. We'll be back 11:05 with the next session, okay? So get some refreshment. See you then.
Okay, doke. See you then.
Hello, everyone. Back on time. Hello, Daniel. Now I would love to open the next session. It's again still about energy efficiency, and this time we go more into the directive of so-called narratives. Daniel Becker will explain to you what that means, what the background is. So in fact, the enabling factors and barriers for the implementation of energy efficiency in the Netherlands. And it's my honor now to hand over this whole session of the moderation to our long-standing friend and ally and colleague, Daniel Becker from Guidehouse, one of the leading consultancies and experts on energy efficiency. And also to tell you why we do this. This is in the framework of a project that EUFORES is running together with some colleagues like Guidehouse, the so-called Energy Efficiency Watch, which runs on the Horizon 2020 funding of the European Union. So Daniel, it's my honor to give you the floor, to hand over the mic to you, and welcome to this show now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jan. This is a pleasure for me to be here with you. Unfortunately, not live in a room, which is always much more familiar and vivid, but so be it. I am going to give you first a brief introduction of our findings of the Energy Efficiency Watch 4, particularly on the narrative part. I will explain what that is, and then we have a discussion for 3/4 of an hour. So Rachel, just to check, are you sharing the presentation or should I do that?
Whatever you prefer.
Well, I can quickly do it then.
Sure.
Let me just, or maybe it's easier if you do that because I have many things open, so they might interfere here.
Okay, I will try then. I need a minute.
Is that possible? Yeah. It shouldn't be too big, the presentation, so it's, I can start already. So the Energy Efficiency Watch, as Jan said, came into life in 2006-07, and we are now in its fourth project, so Energy Efficiency Watch 4. The watch started in 2006, coming from the very first directive, so by the time called Energy Services Directive, dealing with energy efficiency policy instruments. And the question there was, can we, given the heterogeneity of energy efficiency, can we develop successful policy instruments that address the multiple challenges? There is it. That is excellent. Thank you, Rachel. So the next slide, please. So if we compare the situation between 2007 and today, we can actually say in the beginning, there were hardly any proven energy efficiency policies. Many of you will remember, especially when the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan process started. And if we look at today, we see there is an impressive toolbox of energy efficiency policy instruments, and many of them are really good practice. And also what was initially seen as a potential weakness, the decentral approach of the EU, allowing the member states to go for their own instruments, has turned into a source of great variety and inspiration. So the message here is, yes, we can. The EU27 has succeeded in developing good energy efficiency policies. There's always a but to things, and that is where Watch 4 started, that we saw implementation is lacking. So despite the fact that we have excellent instruments and good practice to learn from, often the political will is not given. That is for different reasons, and we then recognized patterns for it. We saw that where in countries where there is societal consensus that energy efficiency is in the national interest, the instruments were much more stable, implementation was much more transparent and clear and reliable, even if governments changed, etc. Whilst in countries where energy efficiency was sort of in the middle of societal dispute about cost, about what was in the national interest in general in terms of economic and technology policies. It was much more difficult to create the necessary stability for investments, for business models, for entrepreneurial strategies. So coming from there, next slide, please. We developed the Watch 4, where we said in the focus is no longer the question, how good do instruments need to be, but actually how are they flanked by communicative strategies. And we did that via various instruments and input formats. And the first of which I'm just flashlighting here, but you can find it in all detail on the Energy Efficiency Watch website. I strongly recommend that to you, is a survey that we did with more than 1,200 energy experts across sectors and across institutions in all EU member states, which are key input factors for narrative development. I'm just picking one of many colorful and instructive pictures, and that is the question, what is the importance in the public debate in terms of topics? What is the ranking? We see here that by far the highest rank got de facto jobs, which is understandable. The second is industrial competitiveness. So people across the areas of business, of academic sector, policymakers, other stakeholders, they all said unanimously, this ranks directly after jobs, our competitiveness. I think that is orchestrated well by what we've heard earlier today. And then third rank is modernization and investments. And then subsequently, you can see in the gray, housing and living costs, air quality, independence from other countries, and rural development have been ranked much lower, although they sometimes appear in the debate, and it was good to see that. We also had, that is then on the right-hand side, the other table there, a block of question on actor or stakeholder groups that play a role, that dominate in the discussions. So the question was basically here, who do you perceive to have most influence on politics? And on rank number 1 were associations of the large industry. Second rank, trade unions. Third, chambers of commerce. And then subsequently, tabloid press, farmers' organizations, NGOs, churches. So that was similarly instructive. And as we have very little time here, I just wanted to give you that insight. If you are interested in that, you're invited to go to our website and find out more. Next slide, please. And then another input format and also an output in form of case studies were a collection of what we call narrative cases from business stakeholder workshops. So we spoke in a dedicated format to business stakeholders, meaning companies from all sectors dealing with energy efficiency. Often not exclusively, but where it is a relevant part in their business model. And we wanted to know from them, and we did that in 10 selected EU countries. And we wanted to know from them which narratives, either positive or negative, so supporting or impeding the business case for energy efficiency, do they recognize in their business activities. Briefly on what we mean by narrative. So narrative is a conjunction of stories that play a part in the societal debate. So the question, is energy efficiency rather something costly or something that is paying off easily? So a conjunction, a recognition in the public of certain topics. I quickly will go over the 10 case studies that we identified. They are not exclusively coming from one country, but all cases sort of were made by stakeholders from more than one countries from different angles, but it was interesting to see how the narratives were sort of interlocking. Let me quickly go over them in a flashlight format. We can deepen that in the discussion. So the first was, and that was already apparent in our discussion earlier today, the wish to be a front runner. So that came most prominently from the stakeholders from Denmark, who said, for our country, we have long ago identified that being a front runner in energy efficiency and, in a broader sense, the energy transition is beneficial for the country, full stop, because of innovation, jobs, competitive situation, and many other factors. So that is a very strong driver to say we don't need to discuss about all aspects of costs, because we have the clear idea this is beneficial for our country. So example for a very strong narrative. You can also find that in other larger countries with a more sort of scattered pattern of interests, where this applies for single sectors, perhaps. So if you take, for example, Poland and electric vehicles, you will find that those are enormously positive because people associate the progress of that key industrial sector in their country with it. So that is also, if you want, an example for the frontrunner association. The second is energy efficiency as integral optimization of the production cycle. That was coming from groups of auditors who said it makes a difference whether an audit is just a piece of paper you need to get stamped and pay for, and then off the auditors go and you do nothing with it, or whether you really work with the audit results and translate them into, for example, an energy management system. And it arose from that case story that if you only consider the savings, the case is often very narrow, whilst especially in digitalized production processes, it allows you to recognize overall optimizations that you wouldn't have recognized otherwise. So also in terms of saving of raw materials, optimization of output, etc. So the holistic view on what an energy efficiency audit can bring you for optimization, that this is often sort of underdeveloped in the recognition when an audit is made mandatory or how it is set up. The third, that is a sort of a warning from companies. They said we can only successfully sell solutions for energy efficiency if we have a real business case. I mean, that sounds pretty trivial, but they said often there are attempts made to sell business cases that are not really mature or that have their weaknesses. And they said, actually, if we want to do thorough business, we need to define what is just marketing and what is a hard business case. And we need framework for that. So we cannot deceive ourselves or our customers about the fact if there is, due to insufficient framework, for example, not a proper business case. If a solution is more expensive than a conventional one, so rather fix the framework than try to do all sorts of greenwashing, marketing, fancy labeling activities. Case number 4, transparent foundations. I'm going quicker now because time is running and we want to discuss. Transparent foundations for energy efficiency achievement. Basically, it is important to communicate the successes and the progress of energy efficiency policies by independent statistics and by proper press communication. People from many European countries said in their context that was not the case. So all sorts of fake news and sort of claims that it was actually more costly than it brought were around. Number 5, understand your clients, work with the image of technologies. That has also been brought up in earlier discussions. So how to win people over and with what? And is it just money by which you convince the consumers to change, for example, their heating system? Or are there maybe softer factors by which the speed of modernization can be increased? For example, is it considered no longer modern to have an old oil heating? That is one of the examples. Or on the contrary, in countries like Slovenia, we found the case that despite there is plenty of wood for as a heating potential, wood heating is immensely unpopular because it is associated with poverty and scarcity from the past. So here also the image of technologies plays a role in order to make progress. Then the whole aspect of just transition in a bit of a critical light, asking where is compensation really needed? So doesn't the term just transition perhaps imply too much that if we didn't add justice to the transition, it would per se be unjust, and thus everyone calling for an upfront compensation to move, isn't that the wrong approach? So that was sort of critically debated here. Number 7, communication is key, the role of stakeholder dialogues. That stresses the importance to talk to societal groups, which to very different degree happens in the different EU countries. In some countries, dialogues with societal stakeholders, players from the economy, from civil society, etc., are very common, in some not. So in some country contexts, you have the situation that actually stakeholders are completely apart and only recognize, there's now this regulation upcoming, and then need to figure out for themselves what should they do with it. So that is a plea to build that in more in policy processes. Then the role of research and innovation. In some contexts, there was a detachment constated between the needs of transition and the actual focus of research institutions, that often old technologies, conventional technologies, were very much in the focus, producing generations of young researchers not dealing with the technologies of the future. So also here a plea to combine that more and to search for strategies how that research landscape that is driven by other policies than energy transition can be harmonized more. Then number 9, and that is what, for example, in the presentation in the session before was very prominent, the right pace for workforce qualification. If you don't find the right companies to build in heat pumps into the houses or how to properly set them, then you lose trust. That is often a matter of training of the workforce in the respective sector. In some areas that works better, like large industry, and in some much less, like builders with small-scale companies receiving training once in their life at the start of their career and then going on for 40 years. And then number 10, who is price sensitive and how to discuss cost distribution that is related to just transition, but not exactly the same. So this is more about how to communicate properly who is compensated in which way, and to ensure that people understand that they are not losing, but actually gaining, and sort of creating the transparency in the mechanisms in place. So when, for example, a CO2 tax is discussed and then a bonus payment, that people really understand how it functions and what the sort of surplus is they are getting. With that, I want to stop. I have 2 more slides that just to illustrate what I've done now, 2 of the case studies. I think this is food for discussion. I would invite you also here to go on the energy efficiency website and explore more. In the coming months, we will put live also the case studies. They are still in the making, and we are sort of refining them at the moment. And that is also the point to step over into our discussion. So maybe we leave this slide on actually, and I would like to welcome the participants of our panel discussion, who are Peter Boot, Head of Department of Climate, Air and Energy in the Environment Assessment Agency. Then, so if you could switch on your camera, that would be great. So welcome, Peter. And then Arjan Oranje, who was present earlier on, Senior Program Manager for Energy Transition and Mobility at the City of Rotterdam. Then Els Struijving, also speaker in one of the previous sessions, coordinator for the demo houses in Paddepoel. Then Erik Barendsen, Senior Policy Officer for Energy and Sustainability in the Dutch Data Center Association. Bert Steu, Manager for Sustainable and Competitive Energy at the Netherlands Enterprise Agency. So welcome, and to start the discussion actually, I would like to ask each of you, maybe starting with Peter, about experiences you have made in your contexts of narratives. We have heard some aspects this morning, not only on the sort of down-to-earth level, like the modernization of buildings, but also very high level when it comes to the front-runner role that was also seen for the Netherlands. So it will be interesting to hear from your contexts what you recognize, also how important the narratives have been so far, what you expect for them to turn into, and to gain some further insight in how we can progress here, because we can expect it to be an important ingredient in the debate about implementing the Green Deal. So Peter, I give the floor to you, and maybe we can keep our contributions relatively short, that we have the occasion to go into a vivid discussion.
Yes, thank you, Daniel. I'll, let's say, make only one large, in my view, important remark. And this is about what you mentioned in your example of Denmark. Let's say you made energy efficiency and the energy transition, let's say, into one subject. And I think in the Netherlands, we are now, let's say, a little bit in the position that these subjects are different. And that makes it complicated. And I'll explain why. Let's say in our energy and climate outlook we make annually at PBL, we forecast that final energy demand in the Netherlands will slowly decrease. And it's mainly heat in buildings, which is really decreasing. But for example, in manufacturing, the greenhouse gas emissions will reduce quickly, whereas energy demand remains stable. And this is due to CCS. And here comes my problem. For the Netherlands, both CCS and hydrogen will become important aspects of our climate policy and energy transition. But both will lead to increasing energy demand, which, let's say, when you define energy efficiency in a nice scientific way, is no problem, because you define energy efficiency, energy intensity, all kinds of things. We as energy economists know what we mean. But in the EU figures, it is about energy demand. And therefore, we will see that the Netherlands, probably with a new government, will succeed in decreasing greenhouse gas emissions, especially in the ESR sectors, of course, so buildings, transport and agriculture, whereas the Netherlands will not succeed in attaining its energy efficiency directive Article 7, which will be called 8 in a new version, because this EED Article 7 is only valid for specific national policy instruments. So this was, let's say, you had a nice talk that European countries, let's say, do wise in trying to learn from each other. But this Article 7, let's say, focuses on national policy instruments only. Whereas in my view, it would be much better to look at an optimal combination of European instruments and national instruments leading towards greenhouse gas emission reduction. And this is not the case anymore. So for the Netherlands, this will raise a big problem, because in the end, they even could be urged not to focus that much on greenhouse gas emission reduction, because here we have to look at energy demand and energy efficiency. So I think this is real a narrative issue, not about practice, but when we will not be able to solve this problem, the Netherlands, let's say, will have a kind of suboptimal progress, which, and I think you were very right, Daniel, that, let's say, as long as you have a good overall storyline, then everything is all right. But here, the Netherlands will be urged to look at different storylines, which will be very complicated. So that's my point for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very pointed and interesting and gives us food for discussion. But let's hear, Arjan, about your experience. And of course, you are also invited to refer to the points mentioned earlier.
Yes, thank you very much. Very great to be here. My first time on this session. I really hope to do it sometime live, because it's much better. Working for the city of Rotterdam as a program manager of energy transition, especially in the field of mobility, I can underline that narratives are very important, but not only a narrative what we want to achieve as a community or as a city or as a government, because it's one way, but a narrative we have to draft together with communities we want to be influenced by or influenced with. So narratives are only working, in my opinion, very good if it is a narrative from all of us. For example, in Rotterdam, we have a local climate agreement, the Rotterdam Climate Agreement, consisting of all the parties in Rotterdam who want to contribute to the CO2 reduction. And it's our narrative together with parties in our harbor, from industry, in the transport sector, from built environment, which says why we want to have a CO2 emission-free city. Not because Europe says so or someone else, but because we want to have an attractive, economical, sustainable city, which is ready for the future. So in this narrative, all the goals and incentives for each party should be there. And I totally agree with Peter. It also has to include energy efficiency. For example, mobility, my field of expertise. We have a three-way approach. of cutting back unnecessary traffic. Now, this is a great example. We're all working from home. We're not in a traffic jam anymore each time at 8:30, although some people still are. We have to change to more energy efficient way of transport. That's not the car, that's public transport, that is riding a bicycle, which is sometimes very obvious. But when you see how we as governments are making our decisions, we are neglecting public transport or investing in bicycles sometimes. So we have to have a whole narrative, including them. And the third step is cleaning up mobility, making things electrical, which are now motorized on fossil fuels. Putting together a narrative of this, you have to have a community. I think we have a great example in Rotterdam for the community on urban logistics, which is now around 1,700 plus members of individual parties working in Rotterdam on urban freight. And together we have written the narrative for the introduction of the zero emission zone for urban freight in 2025. Of course, backed up by the national government, who has get in the national climate agreement this target. But getting it in place in the city of Rotterdam, it has to be done by a community of 1,700 parties. And now these the zone we are looking into is at least 50 square kilometers wide. So it's not one or two streets. It's almost the built environment of the whole city of Rotterdam, because the narrative of our communities together are saying that's most wise. And the last thing I want to add, it's about narratives, it's about energy efficiency, but it's also about creating momentum. We see it in the employers approach we have in the city of Rotterdam. Most employers know that it can be much more cost efficient if you change your fleet to electrical vehicles. And they go on with their own normal business, because we're not focusing on fleet optimization, we're focused on building cookies, for baking cookies, for instance. So creating momentum, why they have to switch now, invest now in some things, is very important. And the last remaining remark I want to have is we have to address barriers. Maybe it's for later on in this discussion, but having a narrative will only work if we as a government, we have to get the barriers out of the way. So we have to invest in infrastructure, for instance. That's it.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, and regarding barriers, I think that is a good bridge to a statement from Els, who mentioned some of the not only barriers, but actually how to successfully overcome barriers, but how cumbersome it can be in detail to do that. So Els, I give you the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, it won't come as a surprise that I believe that local citizen groups can play an important role in making the narrative for their fellow citizens. And I also worked for the municipal heat supplier and initiated a local heat initiative. And what I found there was that I sometimes think we're planning a lot, and we're making instruments a lot, and we're making scenarios a lot, but we don't go enough into the perspective of the end consumers, the owners of the houses, the tenants. For example, if you have this district heating, which is societally and financially, I think, the best solution for example, the post-war district, then you see that there's technical problems, but there's also a huge problem of people associating district heating with negative image. So there's a huge public opinion problem. And if you want to address that, and this also goes for energy, for renovation, for example, which is also understandable, because a renovation, like the renovation I showed in my presentation, cost 50,000 euros for a house from 1966, which is worth only 200,000 euros. So, but we'll talk about that later, I think. But if we want to have a change, we should also work on how to have citizens make the change with us. So it's also about what's in it for them, what are their goals, not just the overall goals, but what are their private goals. Like if you had a market research, you would do a market research first before implementing your project. And now we're just making scenarios for areas and not asking people how they think about it. And I think that will cause delays in the whole process.
Thank you. Yeah, many important aspects that actually nicely connect also to the case studies that we have brought up. So carry people along and sort of in general, not only when it comes to end consumers, but I think that applies also between different EU member states, is take the other's perspective and see where they stand and thus how they can be won over and carried along, etc. That is very important. Let's move on to Erik Barendsen for your statement here and experience.
Yes, hi there. Good morning still. Yeah, from a slightly different perspective, right? Representing here as a trade association, which seems to be very high up in the influence scheme. I could agree with that, but I would like to give it a little bit of different perspective, representing the data center industry in the Netherlands, which is an interesting industry. It's a very young industry, trying to do things right, to be honest, from my perspective. And the narrative thing definitely works currently not in favor of us. Despite the fact that this digitization is believed to be, a key success factor to improve the energy efficiency of all kinds of different things, mobility, not to say at least. An industry which is running on mainly sustainable energy sources, all electric, offering their residual heat to district heating systems. And still we have a hard time convincing both public but also politics to create the right, or to build the right facilities, or allow us the necessary funds and also the necessary rules and regulations to actually use this energy to the most efficient way. First for building the internet itself, where data centers are an important part of this system, and secondly, about 90% of all that energy, electrical energy we use, can be reused as thermal energy, which could be nicely used in residential or district heating systems. So I saw a lot of very interesting topics presented by Bert, but also by Peter, where I mean, the narrative is in my opinion a very compelling story, but somehow we lack the success in the implementation. And I'm still trying to figure out why and how. Could it be another trade organization which is heavily pushing another direction? We don't know yet. But this is what I would like to bring to the discussion. So from a well-willing industry, we still seems to be having a hard time to actually make it work.
Yeah, thank you for that interesting, a bit varying perspective. And I think it shows that we need to talk about narratives and how to place them and how to form alliances, maybe also on narratives. I want to give the word to Bert Stuy to add his perspective.
Thank you very much, Daniel. very interesting work you've done. Let's put that first of all, and then you challenge us on the word narrative. And narrative is something that also a slightly problematic word, because sometimes it rings as if you're selling your story, as if you're before you know it, it's being perceived as propaganda or defending entrenched positions or whatever. So narratives it's also sometimes a difficult word. It's which is not always welcomed, perhaps. So, but I don't know how to get rid of it. So it's probably you need explanations and understanding, and that can be nicely summarized in that word. Just two notions from my side. What struck me actually in what you presented is that maybe that's how it came out, but in the rationales which people identified for efficiency policies and why it is so important, that climate didn't seem to feature so highly. It was all sorts of other things which came up, which really does certainly surprise me, because I think certainly also if I look at the Netherlands, if efficiency is promoted at all, and maybe it is not promoted sufficiently, but it is always in the context of the climate ambitions and the climate policy. So to me, a real big surprise, even from countries where I know that they want to be front runners in the climate arena. For instance, Denmark, that would not come up as the top reason to work on efficiency. It did surprise me a little bit. On the other hand, it's perhaps understandable, and maybe it underlines something with Peter, although I think he brought out very many interesting aspects, but that the rationale for efficiency is not always necessarily aligned with the rationale for climate, and sometimes they can diverge, the things you do for these. I remember an image from the International Energy Agency where they had 15 rationales for energy efficiency and only one rationale for climate policy. So maybe there is more to efficiency there. And then the last point I'd like to make here, and I think that is also important for the storytelling, that whether your system is fed by renewable sources or by the classical fossil sources, the absolute importance of reducing the demand for these resources remains absolutely fundamental, because renewables are perhaps in the long run as scarce as fossils are now. Producing them puts pressure on ecological systems, on landscapes, on material resources, etc. The urgency is really to reduce the demand for materials and energy. So that really is an underlying rationale for efficiency, which should stay. And if in the short run, sometimes efficiency and climate policies may seem to be not fully aligned, in the long run, they should be. Without efficiency, climate policy becomes extremely difficult. So that's a little bit of my narrative there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe quickly on what you mentioned on the problematic implications of the term narrative. Yes, definitely. That is often perceived as very closely associated to propaganda/manipulation. I think the only answer one can give here is the need for transparency, for showing your sources, for sort of applying all the rules of modern media society to clearly say, where does this data originate from? Is it proven, etc.? But you are right. So therefore one of the narrative elements was clearly, that was coming from Poland, by the way. Polish stakeholders said, we need to have in the public debate trustful data based on transparent sources. The second aspect, climate, yes, that was stunning to us as well, but that was something that we sort of, that came up in earlier watches, that only, you can say, the part of the population that ranks climate at the top is 20% roughly. I mean, we didn't sort of make exact estimates here. And so it can't beat economy when it comes to top rank. So it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in the narratives, but you could clearly see in the survey the confirmation that people rank economic topics much higher in doubt if they have to choose climate or economy, environment or jobs. So that is basically what you see there. So that is, I think, important to consider in the discussions. So you can't win it if you sort of make people choose economy or climate. Then it's always, well, economy dominates. We need to live on something. Maybe not in Northeastern Europe that much, but you will clearly see that when moving to economies in transition like Eastern Europe. And the third part on the scarcity, yes, definitely. That is also an important ingredient in the narrative, that no, it is not a Garden Eden, that everything will be for free and just the sun is shining and the wind is blowing, but there is scarcity in place. So important narrative element, I agree. Maybe we can open here at that point our discussion to the full audience, because we have 10 minutes to go, Jan, unless you give us 5 minutes more. We were running late.
We started 5 minutes late, so we can go 5 minutes
okay,
more.
excellent. So who else wants to make their comments and get engaged? Please, you're welcome. And maybe while you raise hands, feel free to do so. I would like to briefly wrap up important points that I've heard that I found very relevant. So the discrepancy between the modernization narrative or the potential conflict of the overall modernization narrative, it is good for us. We need to be a front runner, for example, on hydrogen and CCS, with the efficiency, so saving and scarcity narrative. That is an interesting aspect that I think should be highlighted more. I think that is very relevant. And the combination with EU and national instruments. I see a comment from Arjan here, so please go ahead.
Yes, I thought I would give the floor to everybody else who's not on the word, but if there are no hands, I would love to comment something. We totally agree the importance of narratives, but I think we also have to take it a step further, because when we have a narrative about why we are doing things, where we are going, and how we want to implement it, we also have to look into the narrative of the role of the government. And I think Eric said some important stuff, because as a government, I think we have to provide the infrastructure. And that's not only the pipelines and the cables in the ground, but also the legislation, the taxes. Someone told me that legislation is mostly, de wetgeving in Dutch, mostly a picture of the old way of living and not the new way of living. So we have as a government to rethink about the way we can use legislation to get all the chances on board in those narratives. Sometimes I feel like a narrative is stopping on a good story and tell to the market, please enjoy, eat your heart out and put your effort into it. But also as a government, we have to provide in tackling down the barriers by investment in infrastructure, getting a rigid legislation. I can name numbers of the electric legislation which are currently holding back the transition. And I think also we have to do something about the shortage of technical staff. We also already see it at this moment, and we are barely started with electrification. We are short on hands. So if we have a narrative, we have also to translate it into measures as a government, what you have to tackle.
Yeah, thank you for that important comment. I think that connects nicely to also what else said in the discussion. And let me give you a flashlight on what we found out in the case studies, but also in earlier watches. So if you look at industry, often industry can invest and also not only money, but also time in developing according study programs, etc., and collaborate with universities and technical schools. The typical on-the-ground sort of plumber cannot. So definitely the building industry in Brussels, representatives of the building industry have told us, look, our sector is characterized by typically relatively small enterprises, even if they are into skyscrapers or so, they are still, compared to the rest of the industry, relatively small, meaning that their pattern of training is once in a lifetime. That is when they start, and then they go on for 40 years. And that not only impedes people to find the right workforce, but also it spreads an image. And that is the one, no, don't make experiments. Don't go into new technologies. Stick with what we have. So exactly what you say is relevant. And what I liked a lot about Else's statement here and sort of contributions was, if you manage to overcome that barrier and work with the neighborhood very much on the ground, they set an example and help building a narrative. Yes, we can. Yes, this is possible. Yes, we want that too. So we should not underestimate that. Maybe that is a nice connect with what you said. We need to rethink how to sort of use legislation and which triggers to put in there. Else, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, we shortly use the term "make powerful great again" for this as a narrative for. Yes, we are an old neighborhood. Yes, we have a lot of old people, but and people responded to this very, very well, to this narrative. What I'm missing right now on the instrument side is people don't know what to choose, what solution, what energy efficiency solution, because they don't know where we're going. Is there going to be district heating? What's the scenario? What's the national scenario? What is good? What is good for us to do? And then if they decide, and just now only the front runners are doing larger things about their houses, the homeowners, I mean, they do this from an intrinsic motivation. But if we want to get a larger groups moving, we have to show them this is where we're going. And I also firmly believe that we have to have a financial instrument or loans that are tied to the building and not to the people. I think that would be very important because, for example, when we started to search for demo house owners, we had one of the families were divorcing. One of them the people got very ill. Some of them said we're too old. So how do we get in all these groups? We have to make this renovation retrofitting solution, making your home efficient, energy efficient, easy, and not just by subsidizing, because I spent yesterday evening 2 hours for helping one of the owners get the subsidy from for the heat pump. So it has to be easier, accessible, clear where we're going, where's the national government going, where's everyone going, and is this the right decision for me as a citizen?
Yeah, thank you, Erik.
Yeah, thanks, Els. I fully agree. Often there seems to be a lack of direction, right? I mean, people get, and that's typical of the Netherlands. We call that the polder model, where everybody has a say in decisions. And if you have 5,000 households, you get probably 5,000 opinions how they want to make their homes more sustainable. One will wait for green grass, the other one will do isolation. You know, there are so many options, which also is indicated by the fact that as a data center industry, and I would like to have Bert's comment on that. we provide low temperature heat, which with a very small delta T could be raised up to 50, 60 degrees, which is more than enough for a medium isolated house. But still, in the narrative is like, no. Let's go for high temperature. We have plenty of that, so let's just build high temperature district heating systems. And we tend to forget there is a whole new, like also Peter says, we have to focus on general energy reduction. And typically, high temperature residual heat is available, but is not the most energy efficient way to warm households. So this is an important narrative as well. I mean, there seems to be a public opinion that only high temperature district heating systems are good enough to keep your house comfortable somehow. Obviously has to do with the cost of isolation, to make 60 or 50 degrees temperature district heating system to provide that with a comfortable house. So it's a combination, and I see in the Netherlands that we are struggling with that discussion. Are we going left or are we going right or something? It will probably be in the middle, but if you leave your consumers in doubt, they will basically wait. And that's not a good idea at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. Attentism is a well-recognized phenomenon all across. So Bert, do you want to quickly reply on that?
Yeah, a very relevant remark. I would actually add one thing to the complexity you list there, is that, and that makes it also very, very difficult sometimes, is that decisions which are made too early also sometimes turn out to be wrong. So somehow you feel the urgency because of the targets in 2030 or even earlier. And at the same time, there is also this fear, and that is also hampering progress in a way of taking the wrong direction. To give you one illustration, we did a calculation of all neighborhoods in the Netherlands. In fact, PBL did that 2 years ago. What would be the best way to move away from gas and to move towards climate neutrality? A year later, the same calculations were made again with new data, new information, etc. And about 70% of the neighborhoods got a different outcome. Apparently, it is so sensitive, and imagine that all the decisions would have been made on that first analysis. So that makes it very difficult. At the same time, I would say that where the opportunities are there is a data center, there is low temperature heat supply, there is a fundamentally low temperature heat demand, because built environment heat demand is fundamentally low temperature, even though it is now provided at a higher temperature. Just use those opportunities. So you don't always need a whole national strategy to use the opportunities around where they are possible. And I think around data centers is one of the very interesting examples where we should use more of the benefits there are. Although the narrative is complex, Eric, I give you that. That's
good. Final statement from Peter, as we are a bit running out of time.
Okay, I didn't want to make a final statement, but let's say to continue with what both Eric, Bert, and Al said. Let's say, in my opinion, let's say we have to distinguish between two aspects. Let's say first, industry in the Netherlands will become CO2 neutral. And they will make their own big decisions. And for the big industry, it's only once in the next 20 years that they can make a big decision. And they will make it because they are pressed with our national CO2 price, backed by the European CO2 price. And then the government has to connect this with a good infrastructure policy. So that's clear as a storyline, and the uncertainty is with in the cities, And I think, as Eric rightly said, let's say that has to be connected partly with what industry will do, and that gives a lot of opportunities. And secondly, I think Bert is right, that we have to accept that sometimes wrong decisions will be made. But let's say, as long as you can amortize them in 10 years, it's not a real big problem. So we have to accept that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good point.
Thank you very much. So yeah, time is flying fast. We would have more to say, but let me quickly wrap up. So thank you very much in the first place for your very vivid participation and interesting contributions. It has been very enriching also to our project. And yeah, maybe as an overall takeaway, we need to get engaged in more discussions about narratives, how to set them, how to combine them actually with policy making, and how to find smart ways to think about sort of transformation of society, the role of governments providing the infrastructure, etc., about data transparency, about transparency on what narratives are based, that they don't come across manipulative. And actually, we need to sort of sustain the seeming contradiction between decisions not to be made too early, as it was pointed out nicely, but also give a direction. Where are we moving to prevent, wherever we can, attentism? I think that is quite a nice bundle of tasks in front of us. With that, I hand over to Jan. Thank you very much for your patience. And again, thank you very much for that very interesting debate.
So, actually, I could listen to all of you for hours still. This is an amazing debate. We're just scratching the surface, and it shows that there's so much behind it. So really very happy about this. Okay, now we reach the point to say, yeah, we need high efficiency. That's basically also in line with the mission of EUFORES as the parliamentary network, which is basically high efficiency and cover it 100% with renewables. That's the long-term goal of EUFORES and the MEPs. So now we switch to the other side of the coin, from efficiency to the renewable energy side. And I'm very happy to have an amazing panel again with experts, many of those who I know for many years already. So that's also fantastic to see you all again. And to discuss now the renewable energy part, and also how the energy system is developing in the Netherlands, where you see some good business models, some nice projects. And that's especially also for the exchange of good practice all over Europe, very, very interesting. So as the first speaker, I'm proud to welcome Toyn Bokhoven. Toyn, very great, happy to see you again. To have you with us. Toyn, you are the president of NVDE, the Dutch Association for Sustainable Energy. And Toyn, you will tell us how we can go towards a 100% renewable energy system in the Netherlands. The challenge of achieving a rapid roadmap. So it's not only the target 100%, but also the speed that we need to have to deliver. And as we all know, if we want to deliver on the 2030 and the 2050 targets, we have to double, triple, and even more the deployment of renewables. But Toyn, you are the experts to tell us more about this. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Jan. It's a real pleasure to join us. Can you see my screen at the moment?
Yes, if you even put it on full screen, that's even better then. Yes,
yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, good. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me and giving this opportunity to share some of our ideas from the NVDA in regard to going to a 100% renewable energy system. I think the main unprecedented challenge we have to face is how we're going to decarbonize the total energy system within a time frame of, let's say, a few decades. And there's a couple of main developments we currently see developing very strongly. One is the decarbonization from the sources. So we'll go to renewables, a lot of wind and solar. For the heating side, it will be geothermal and other heating sources. which have a typical aspect that they are, as a variable, volatile. You don't have them all the time, but we could have adequate numbers of electrons and gigajoules available to make this happen. And in the meantime, we also see that electricity moves basically to the heart of our energy system. There's a huge transformation from going away from fossil fuels. We see this in the mobility. If you look at how petrol is being replaced by electricity and how the ambitions in Europe for electrical vehicles are really very strong over the next 10 years, we'll see an enormous change to electricity demand from the mobility sector, also hydrogen, which will probably be produced by green electricity anyway. We see the same kind of development in the industry, that heating industrial processes will be done either through hydrogen, again, green hydrogen, or by electricity and electrifying all kinds of heating processes. And the same goes also in the built environment, where we have a huge transformation from natural gas going to electricity-based heat pumps or collective heating, where electricity will be part of the backup sources. So you see on two sides. One is that we see a change in the demand structure of our energy sources. At the same time, we see a volatile production from renewables, and basically electricity is the main commodity in between. The point is that we have to, and that is, I think, the main challenge. How can we get the energy at the right place at the right time in the right form? And that is the current challenge, to see how can we do that. And this requires basically two main physical developments. One is an enormous increase in the infrastructure to make this happen, but that could not solve it alone. We also need to develop far more flexibility options. That is flexibility in production and demand, but also flexibility by utilizing energy storage or power to heat, power to gas, power to any other source, in order to get the flexibility to match this and bridge the gap between the sources of production and the changing demand profiles. So having said this, this is a huge challenge. I think we can add to that the Dutch challenges, the typical Dutch challenge. We have, let's say, we have to place this whole thing in a densely populated country, where we also have a very energy intensive industry. The fact that we had fairly cheap and natural gas and abundantly available for many decades has attracted, of course, energy intensive industries which could supply and provide the European market. Changing those industries, I think Peter both mentioned that in the previous session, is this development which will take place. And it is a very important development, but it will require a lot of changes also in the way we produce and will transport energy forms. And on top of that, we have, as a flat country, as a small country, we don't have opportunities for hydro, or at least not many. We don't have woods available, so at least not many. So our geographical limitations really force us to be very intelligent in the way we try to create this transformation. On top of that, we have a very crowded infrastructure. If you look underground, we have many pipes and cables and sewages and IT cables. It's very hard to find a way to get new infrastructure there in place. And I think these challenges are, let's say, making it very interesting to see how can we make this very urgent process to make that happen. And of course, the Netherlands is very good and a champion in a number of sectors. We are very good in agriculture. We can do very well in ice skating. But we have to admit that we are extremely lagging behind with regard to tackling the climate change issue. So we are far way behind schedule, although we are catching up, but we are not going fast enough. So the urgency we all see at the moment is particularly very catchy for the Dutch circumstances. On top of that, we fortunately see also the pressure from the European Union with the Fit for 55, which gives an extra boost to our urgency and the challenge to find the proper solution in order to change our system to a decarbonized system. And the question is, can our legislation, let's say, handle these new challenges? It has been about 150 years that we have developed our current legislation on energy laws. And if you look at within that boundary condition, how we have achieved in 30 years from 1990 until today, not even or approximate 20% of CO2 reduction. And we have the challenge to bring this up from 20 to 55 roughly in the next 10 years. And then on top of that, 45% extra in the direction of 2050. You can ask the question whether our current legislation is suitable to really take up that challenge. And I'm afraid we are not. I think if you look at how procedures and timelines currently are developing, it takes 6 to 8 years in procedures and permits and what you have in order to make a new electricity power plant or let's say a hub or transformation center or build serious infrastructure. It is far too long. The building time is 2 years or even less, and the procedural time is 6 to 8 years. That should be in the same kind of timelines. So the urgency is forcing us to have a very close look at how we fit our legislation, in particular our energy laws, to make sure that we can increase the speed of this transition and the way we need to take place all the actions. So we believe it's time for choices to make, political choices, and also to give the financial commitment. And I'm quite positive that at the moment we see in this country that the financial commitment by the government is really picking up, and I'm very optimistic about the fact that also hopefully a new government will do the same. But we don't have to neglect the fact that there's also the time now for make very critical choices on how we're going to deal with the legislation side. That brings me to the question, what, how, and who. I think if you want to prioritize, I mean, many things need to be done, but there's some priorities. I think the main priorities at this point in time is that we need to build more infrastructure in order to allow this production, renewable energy production, fitting to these changing demand profiles in the various sectors. Infrastructure is a critical element which has to be addressed. And we don't have to just put only copper in the ground. It is also a matter that we have to increase the options for flexibility and energy storage in order to make and balance these production and demand patterns. It requires a new way to look at spatial planning, and it requires an adoption of our legislation. And if you look at who is going to be responsible, this is not a matter that only the public sector or the government should do this. The public sector and government needs to create the conditions, the proper conditions, in order that the private sector can encourage and make the investments to actually make this happen. And I think these two parameters, the public and the private sector together, are responsible and will be able to really tackle all the issues we have to address. But politics in this case are quite crucial, because we need to have the politics involved in a way that they will make the adequate and the necessary adoptions in our legal system in order to speed up and match the urgency what we currently see. And of course, yes, we need a roadmap. There is at this point in time nowhere I can see a blueprint how we should do this transformation in such a short time. So we have to make a roadmap to know, because we know where we are going, but we don't know exactly always how. And sometimes we keep stuck on clean and very nice, ambitious and long-term goals. But I think the action should be made from transforming our ambitions to clear actions and commitment to make it happen. And that should be filled into a roadmap, which has to address the next 10 to 20 years primarily, because that will be the period that we have to make the major changes in our system, energy system, including the infrastructure, to make the real change in order to decarbonize our energy system. Our organization, the NVD, is very happy and is always ready to commit. We have done this and contributed a lot in the past few years, and we are able to do that in the next period as well, if we have found a new government one of these days, I hope. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, dear Toyn. I would say this is a very, very clear request towards the new government, and also having in mind that you have a national energy climate plan on the table, which should be upgraded latest by 2023, when the official European Union updates are expected to be delivered. And again, also in the same time, governments and administrations are required to do a stakeholder process, so to involve all of you to exactly be fast on developing a really effective plan that can deliver, that goes beyond the paper that it's written on and really works outside in society. And we all know it's tricky enough to change things, to touch a lot of material and money to implement that. But I think that's the right moment with the new government to request all of this. Now, let's switch over also to a long-standing friend of mine, Joël Mechelaars. Joël, great to see you again. You are with Ørsted. You are the Senior Regulatory Affairs and Stakeholder Manager of Ørsted in the Netherlands. And I'm very happy to have you with us today and to tell us also, I mean, we all know changing things sometimes requires subsidies and support by the public side, but there are also cases and examples that go beyond that, which have already a well-functioning business model that delivers. So that's why, Joël, you will tell us about new subsidy-free wind farms in the North Sea, building a zero-subsidy offshore wind business in the Netherlands, which will be very interesting. So, Joël, the floor is yours.
Yes, many thanks, Jan, and obviously great to see you and others again. Unfortunately, that it needs to be online, but hopefully next year we can do it again offline and in real. I'll try to share a screen now. Let's see the right window. So hopefully this should be loading right now.
Yeah, power presentation mode if you like, in addition.
Yeah, do you see the slides right now?
Perfect. Go ahead.
I don't see you anymore, but yeah, what to add after the excellent comments made by Teun, in particular on the what, the who, and the how. I'll try to spend a little bit of time on the how and then focus in particular on offshore wind, which is rapidly turning into the engine of the Dutch energy transition. We're only having 2.5 gigawatt online, but it is expected that by 2030, we will see more than 40% of electricity supply being delivered by offshore wind, that with approximately 20 or 21 gigawatt even. But before doing so, let me say a few words about Ørsted for those people not entirely familiar with our company. I always like to start with this slide because this is where we're coming from. We want to create a world that runs entirely on green energy. And I always emphasize the word energy because we very often in the Netherlands see news items that very high percentages of our electricity supply were delivered by solar and wind. And of course, that's very optimistic news, but it's also a little bit misleading because electricity is only between 15 and 20% of Dutch final energy demand. There's so much still to do in the industrial sector, in the transport sector, and in heating. So therefore, energy is what we want to decarbonize. And we want to do that in particular by using offshore wind. This is just a snapshot of our portfolio of offshore wind and renewable hydrogen projects. We obviously started 30 years ago in Denmark with an offshore wind farm that is already decommissioned. And our new frontier markets are in the US and in Asia, where we already have the first offshore wind farms online. Obviously, we're in particular proud of what is the second largest offshore wind farm in the world, Borssele 1 and 2, and today still the Netherlands' largest operational offshore wind farm, which we constructed during COVID-19, but still on time and on budget. Back then, Borssele 1 and 2 was a groundbreaking tender result, 72 euros in the SDE Plus tender, 30% lower than the lowest tender before that. But when we were building Borssele, it already sounded like an expensive offshore wind farm because we have already seen bids at zero subsidy. And that's where I wanted to talk a little bit more about, because I think previous speakers have already mentioned the challenges related to zero subsidy technologies, to zero subsidy onshore and offshore wind, and the fact that demand needs to grow in sync with that. Now, obviously, this snapshot gives you what we have today, but as Irv said, we're ambitious and we want to raise we're raising our targets every couple of years. This is what we presented in June and shows you that by 2030, we want to have about 50 gigawatts of renewables installed. That basically means that between 2025 and 2030, we need to install 3 gigawatts of offshore wind per year. Just to throw in a comparison, last year in all of Europe, so including the UK, we installed, and not we as Ørsted, but the entire sector installed not even 3 gigawatts. So that means really that we need to speed up and that there needs to be offshore wind zones designated so that developers can come in and develop the projects they are keen to build, because we see in the market that there's enough appetite for that. When you're increasing your targets, we're not just thinking about increasing the capacity, but we're also thinking doing that in a sustainable way. We have earlier set a target for ourselves that we want to be carbon neutral in our own business, which means that by 2025, we'll only deliver 100% of renewable electricity and heating. But we also want to move to a carbon neutral footprint. So a few years back, we've written to the CEOs of turbine suppliers and other suppliers in the sector and said, if you want Ørsted as a customer by 2040, your turbines or crew transfer vessels need to be sustainable and in line with the science-based targets. We've also committed to a new target that says that all our projects from 2030 onwards need to have a net positive impact on biodiversity. And we're also not letting turbine blades be used for landfilling purposes. An enormous challenge, of course, for the entire sector to deal with waste. Moving on to how we think zero subsidy projects can be created. What I think is most important is that we look at the enormous demand that is out there in the industrial clusters in the Netherlands. We have the ideal situation in this country that 4 out of the 5 industrial clusters are located onshore. There's enormous demand for direct electrification and an enormous amount for indirect electrification out there. Compare it, for example, to Germany, where all the industrial clusters are located in the Ruhr area or in Bavaria. It's not so easy to build an offshore wind farm and connect it to heavy industry in the south. Look at, for example, at Zeeland, but also at Rotterdam or Amsterdam or the north of the country. You can land offshore wind electrons in the region, convert those into hydrogen, or deliver them directly to your customer. This project is called Sea to Land, a project where we want to link a new offshore wind farm to direct electrification and electrolysis in the region of Zeeland. Zeeland is the region with currently the largest fossil hydrogen consumption today, and is therefore a region where we believe new offshore wind cables should land. And we're very happy to see that last week, the State Secretary sent a letter in which he confirmed that more green electrons will go to Zeeland, and the same goes for a few other industrial clusters. Developing electrolysis and direct electrification in the same scope as your new offshore wind farm helps to grow supply and demand in synchronization with each other. Because if the Netherlands is really going to realize its target of 20 gigawatt of offshore wind by 2030, that means that we're adding a huge supply to our system. But energy demand, if we look at all the analysis, is flat. And we believe we as developers can help the government there. by talking to our customers, see what business solutions they need, see what volumes of electricity they need, and also what volumes of green hydrogen they need to decarbonize. Sea to land is not just about matching supply and demand, it's also about unlocking the infrastructure, an important item Teun also mentioned in the previous presentation, because that's where the procedures are very lengthy. And therefore, I think it's very good that the Dutch government, despite that we don't have a fully functioning government yet, we're a bit jealous at our neighbors in Germany, that it's taking a number of steps to designate new offshore wind farms, zones for offshore wind farms, to designate and to start procedures for new infrastructure. For example, 380 kV in Zeeland, which could help Dow Chemical to decarbonize, but also procedures for developing a nationwide hydrogen grid with cross-border pipelines to Germany and Belgium. What I would like to spend a few minutes on in final is how we can actually make sure that such projects are being realized. Because right now we tender in markets like the UK, the Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany. We tender offshore wind farms, and with these so-called allocation mechanisms that we apply in tenders, you can do many things. We believe there are a number of pieces of the puzzle that a new allocation mechanism can address. Because the build out of more offshore wind comes with challenges. First of all, how do we ensure that we go from 2.5 gigawatt today to 21 gigawatt in 2030? The green piece of the puzzle. How do we ensure that we realize this offshore wind build out on time? How do we ensure that all these volumes of electricity are integrated in the grid when it's a sunny Sunday, when there's wind on land and offshore, and we're all out in the forest, not using any electricity? How is the onshore grid going to cope with that? And how do we ensure that we're not curtailing offshore wind, because then there's no business case? How do we ensure that there is, in fact, a business case, that developers can develop the demand in sync with supply? And also, how can we make offshore wind projects serve the industrial clusters and help them decarbonize? We believe that a fundamental change in the allocation mechanism that is applied today is needed. First of all, we need to move from one tender per year to allocating the entire build-out volume that we have for 2030 as soon as possible. We've heard about the procedures. We know how difficult it is to create a merchant business case, to develop the demand while you're developing your project. So we need to look at the timing of tenders. Why only let one runner on the track to run to the sprint? And why not let a few developers run to the finish line at the same time? There is market appetite. We know what the enormous task ahead of us is. So let's move away from one tender per year to just having one multi-tender and allocating the volumes to different developers which are out there in the market. We also need to look at the goal of the tenders. When I talk to policymakers some days, it seems like offshore wind tenders can even solve world peace, because one wants it to address biodiversity, circularity, multi-use, fishing in offshore wind farms, system integration, and there are more options. I think we need to go back to the reason why are we building offshore wind. We're accelerating the build out of offshore wind because we need to address climate change. And as I mentioned before, that needs to be in sync with having good standards for biodiversity and nature, such as our target, that projects have a net positive impact on biodiversity. But I think if we don't make the tenders look at what is holding the build out of offshore wind towards 2030 and after that back, integration on the onshore grid, because we just simply cannot put so much more copper into the ground, looking at how to address the decarbonization efforts of green industry and how to develop a business case, we need to move to another sort of tender. And I think we need an allocation that serves realization and integration. And we have some ideas for that, which we are discussing with the ministry. And we hope that for not the next tender, for which the draft criteria are already out there, but for the enormous build out that is ahead of us, we can turn to an allocation mechanism that is helping the system and is making developers partially responsible for integrating the volumes into the grid rather than just building the offshore wind farm and letting it go from there. Voila, that was it from me. Many thanks again for the opportunity, and if there are any questions or comments, happy to take them.
Fantastic. Thanks, Joël. I would like to hand over now directly to speed up Peter Molengraaf. Peter, you are the chairman of Holland Solar, and you're addressing also these issues about grids, how to develop them so that we can welcome the boom in the solar system, in the PV system in the Dutch energy sector. So Peter, up to you.
Thank you. I'm just putting on my my screen. Is that clear for you?
It's coming. It's coming. Yes, we see it. If you have a full screen version, that's also great. If not, we see it anyways. Still
well,
loading
thank
the
you. My name is
presentation.
Peter Molengraaf. I'm the chairman of the board of the Dutch Solar Association. And I'll be speaking about the developments in the Dutch solar industry over the last few years, which has been very positive, a booming sector. And maybe also relevant in this context, I'll speak particularly about the grid capacity issue that we face as a solar industry in the Netherlands. And as I've also been the chairman of the largest DSO for 10 years before I joined the solar movement, I think that that helps me to give you a perspective on that.
Peter, may I ask you, did you try to put the full screen mode? Because we still see your workspace.
Okay, I have the full screen mode on, but
then probably it still shares the workspace and not the full screen. If you unshare and then share the full screen mode, sometimes it's the case. If you stop the sharing and then share the full screen version.
sorry about that.
No problem.
Is that better?
Yes, that's the presenters mode, but we can see it anyway, so.
So you know what's coming up.
Yeah.
Just to continue on the development, I think I'll show you here what we have in the first graph. You see what has been added in terms of solar capacity every year, which is growing to more than 3 gigawatt per year. And on the right chart, you see how much has been cumulatively installed in the Netherlands, which is over 10 gigawatt, almost 11 at the end of 2020. And you have to keep in mind that the average demand in the Netherlands is 12 to 15 gigawatt. So if you have 11 gigawatt of solar installed so far, and the sun is shining, then already 70% of the grid is covered in that moment, at least, by solar energy. And we also have, and that I think is what we're going to talk about, we have another 10 gigawatt of solar projects in the pipeline. So that brings the total to 21, which is more than the average demand, or more than even the peak demand. So you see that's where the challenges on the grid and the whole electricity system in the Netherlands are going to come from. So let's have a look at that. This is the map of which is now regularly updated by the grid operators, both TenneT for the high voltage grid and the regional DSOs for the medium and low voltage grid. In the red areas, there is no grid capacity left. If you ask for a new connection, you have to wait 1, 2, or even 3, 4, 5, 6 years. In the orange areas, there is still a little bit left, but and yellow same. And we expect that this map, as my members are smart entrepreneurs, so they move from red areas to orange to yellow to blank areas, and they look for new locations, new roofs to put solar installation on. So I think within 1 or 2 years, this map is completely red. And then you could say then the solar development will be stopped or at least reduced for some time as we are expanding the grid, which takes a long time because of permits, because of labor shortages, many reasons. So is there something that can be done about it? Well, we think there is. So there's some things in the short term we can do, and I'd like to quickly run you through them. And then there are some long-term issues that we need to solve. Well, first of all, we are stimulating congestion management to take place, because the map may suggest that at every hour of the day the grid is congested, fully used, whereas actually that's not the case at all. I mean, only if it's 1 or 2 days, let's say, more than 100% used, because of regulations, already that area may go into congestion status, because the supply security rules are based on consumers, on households always having access, and they don't really deal with let's say decentral or variable supply, variable production. And so I think there is a lot to gain if you formally start doing congestion management in a new regulation, which means the grid operators are allowed to over-contract. The proposal is by 100%, so allow 2 times as much customers on the grid as in theory there is a capacity. And then when there's a real physical problem, actually ask market participants in what we call the congestion market to either increase their demand or reduce their renewable production to prevent physical overload and outages. And we think that that could help a lot to make more use of the existing grid, particularly in areas where there's both production and demand of electricity. I think this can help a lot. We're also proposing to use the grid more optimal by not asking for 100% grid connections versus 100% of the installed solar. So only do 70% of grid connection, and we're also looking at a new scheme where you install batteries and then even install only 50% of the grid capacity for a 100% solar installation. The government is also supporting us in using the redundancy in the grid, N-1. We call it the rush hour lanes, which is basically capacity that is there for maintenance or spare capacity, and that can be used as long as you make it available when it's really needed for grid reliability. And also we are looking to put much more solar and wind on single grid connections and make that possible, because that also increases the usage of the grid. So this is basically what you can do with in the existing situation, but this will not be sufficient. We also need to really expand the grid. So we need to speed up, the expansion of the grid. It needs to become at the end 2, 3, 4, or even 5 times larger than it is today in terms of capacity. So I'm talking 2, 3, 4, or 500% of what's there today, and that needs to be done in the next 20 years or so. So that is impossible with the current workforce, own staff of the grids, operators, and also with the contractors in the Dutch market. So we will need to look together with the grid operators are really bringing in contractors from abroad, all over the place, make sure that they are that the works are safe, but also that they are allowed to work, that we open the market for that. And then I think because the grid operators need to expand and invest a lot, we also need to help them actually get the funds for that. So they need more shareholder capital. They're all government owned, either by the regional or by the national authority. So we need to give them the capital to do their job in a way. This is a very quick perspective on I think both the opportunity, but particularly I think what is blocking in the development of the solar market in the Netherlands. Over to you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Peter. And let's go straight forward now to Annelies van Ewijk. Annelies, you are the director of the energy transition team in the province of South Holland. And you will tell us how to include renewables into district heating, moving away from gas-dominated supply. So again, another very, very interesting topic also on the Brussels level, to be honest. So Annelies, the floor is yours. If you unmute, we can hear you. We hear you now.
I think I muted myself. Can you see
we
my
hear you.
presentation?
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
Can you see my presentation now?
I can see it if you put presentation mode still.
Is it there?
We still see the workspace, so but it will work as well. So it's fine. We see everything. So if you like, you can also use this one.
Okay. I will take you on our journey in South Holland on decarbonizing the heat system, which is quite a different story from electricity. And it's quite a bumpy road, I think, we're on. So let's elaborate a bit on that. South Holland is a very intense area. We've got lots of industry, lots of houses, lots of mobility, lots of greenhouses as well. And we use quite a lot of energy, also in the built environment and in horticulture. But we're also blessed with quite a few sources. We got good geothermal heat, but we need to explore it. We got lots of industrial waste heat, which will decarbonize over time. There's good potential for solar, but we need space, which is very scarce in South Holland. There's lots of aquathermal energy, but it's low temperature. And of course, there's always the electric heat pumps that you can use. You can use them on individual homes or on to upgrade the system to higher temperatures. So we got lots of sources, but we got lots of work to make the sources available to the people who need the heat. Well, we're working on that together with lots of partners to develop sources, to develop infrastructure, because completely different to electricity, there's hardly any heat infrastructure in South Holland, all over the Netherlands, hardly. We need storage, because we need to overcome seasonal demand, especially in winter time. And there's still a lot of innovation and knowledge needed. So apart from an installation program that we do for the built environment, we're setting up a regional heat infrastructure and also helping municipalities with local heat infrastructures. We're doing innovation in geothermal field, and we support municipalities with developing a strategy and a solution for their heat demand. We need a lot of funds. It's still not an easy business case. So we use European funds, subsidies. We need loans. We need all sorts of money to make these projects go further. We need to update our environmental policy. We need to experiment, which we do with the Municipality of The Hague and the national government in a project called Energierijk Den Haag, where we try to share energy if needed, so we can use clever methods to share energy. And we support local networks to develop their own sources and networks. I want to elaborate a little bit more on the special ELINA program that we do with 9 municipalities in South Holland. They all try to get a business case closed for a heat project in one of their neighborhoods. But it's a bumpy road, as I said before. It's very time consuming. You need to contact all homeowners or housing companies to discuss your plans. You need high investments, high costs. There's private companies involved as well, but they need a profit for their project, otherwise they are not interested. And you need a certain amount of homeowners to participate, because otherwise you can't really start a project. The ELINA fund is very good for helping all the preparations, which is very nice, and it needs to have a turnover of 20 times the preparation costs, which is still quite a bit, but the biggest challenge is really to have all your business cases turned into investments in 3 years, which is quite a short term if you need to contact all homeowners, all people, all financing, everything, especially with a lack of legislation in Holland. So it's quite a challenge. But we learn a lot from it. All areas are very intensely working on their programs, and all municipalities are very much involved. And it's needed to speed up this transition. But what we need is a little bit more, because we need to scale up this transition, this heat transition. We need more urgency, we need more policy, clear policy, we need more legislation. The Warmtewet is currently on hold. The projects are very expensive. It's not yet a straightforward business case, so we need capital, venture capital. We need funding on energy infrastructure. There's still a debate going on about warmth and infrastructure. Is it a social system like electricity, or is it a private system for companies to earn money with? So that debate still needs to be discussed. We need people that can build the systems. We need legislative tools for local government, especially to bring it further. And we still need more projects to learn from and start, even though maybe it's not all the best solution we can think of, but we need to move on. So this is really where we stand, quite a bumpy road, and the local and regional government cannot do it on their own. So we would be very pleased if we had some more support from national and European governments. Thank you.
Okay, excellent, Annelies. I think I have a straightforward question from Els. Els, could you come up on stage? There she is. Go ahead.
Yes. My question was not for Annelies, but for Peter. About the we have a congestion problem on the grid, but my question was who is responsible for solving the congestion problem? And I'll explain that. I spoke about.
By the way, I think Peter is not here anymore at the moment. But just to let you keep on going.
Okay.
Good question then. Probably someone else knows.
Yes. With the Enexis, the grid operator in Groningen, and they said, well, we don't have a problem. If we don't have a problem right now, then we're not going to solve it. So if we're not experiencing a problem, but the future consumers are experiencing a problem, then it's not our business. So that's a very rude thing to say, I think. And I know that a lot of grid operators are working very hard on this. But the end question is, what's the incentive for the grid operators to solve the problem? And who's responsible?
I would play that directly back to the panel. So I don't know if Annelies, Teun, or Joël, you would like to answer because Peter is not here.
I can maybe can give it a try to answer the question. I think it's also some of the issues I mentioned in my presentation that the current legislation doesn't allow the grid operators to actually prioritize certain projects. They have to follow basically the first come, first serve procedure. This means that they have some constraints in how to address also the renewable energy projects in their area. I think that's one of the reasons I think we should call on, let's say, getting a better kind of a roadmap. How could we prioritize more on a strategic level the transformation? What is the actual requirements of the grid on the long run? What do we need to make the connection to in order to make it happen? And I think that's one of the biggest points we have to address by allowing the grid operators to get more flexibility in their actual doing. And I think what Peter mentioned as well is that apart from that, the challenge for the grid operators to invest in the infrastructure is tremendous over the next decades. So they also need to extend their equity and their financial resources in order to make that happen. So I think it's a complex issue, and I'm basically afraid that within the current circumstances and the current energy laws, they are too much restricted in their behavior. That's why I call for, let's say, coming as soon as possible to an improved energy law, which enables a more strategic position from the net and the grid operators to actually facilitate this whole transformation process.
Yeah, and then maybe just to add the perspective from offshore, because obviously this has been an issue, particularly being applicable to onshore technologies. And I think you, the NVDE, and others have been addressing that very robustly. But I think we shouldn't look away from the fact that this problem is going to be applicable to offshore wind pretty soon. Look at Borssele, for example. We are landing our Borssele electrons from Borssele Offshore Wind Farm in Borssele. There is an expansion of the onshore grid being planned, but there is, based on the letter to Parliament last week, an additional 4 gigawatts of offshore wind planned to land in Borssele. And that's why, as I mentioned in my presentation, we need an allocation mechanism that helps to get system projects to move forward, because offshore wind can deliver electrons in the region for direct electrification, for indirect electrification. In that way, you alleviate the onshore grid. We should also help the onshore grid to deliver electrons when they're needed. And I think that's how we get to 100% renewables. If there's no sun, if there's no onshore wind, there's always a little bit of offshore wind. And in a merchant environment, prices will then be right to deliver electricity to those who want to switch on their lights or their television. And that's where we can help, of course, the onshore grid again from the offshore wind perspective. So I think that discussion is important. And again, therefore, our call to have an allocation mechanism that really challenges developers to come up with projects, not just to build an offshore wind farm, but an offshore wind farm that is helping to integrate the volumes of electricity into the region around the landing point, and thereby helping to minimize problems that we're already seeing for many onshore technologies today.
Okay, excellent. If no further questions and comments, let's move on. Time is flying still. I would go now into a very short coffee break for 5 minutes, so very quick refreshment, and we would continue 1:05 with the next session. So thanks a lot, dear friends. That was quick. So dear friends, we are going now into the last session of this long and very interesting workshop, and I would like to invite now Mark Londo. Mark, you are a substantive strategist at NVDE, Netherlands Association for Renewable Energy, also affiliated with the University of Utrecht. So Mark, you will tell us how to fund and shape the energy transition, and especially how to fund renewable energy transition in the Netherlands, and the crucial role of the new coalition, the new government. If you have hopes that things change, and to tell us what you expect from them. So Mark, floor is yours, and afterwards we'll have an expert panel to discuss your input.
Good, thank you very much. If I'm not mistaken, you can now hear me and also see my slides.
Both perfectly.
Okay, very good. Okay, welcome everybody, and thank you very much for inviting me for this workshop. Indeed, I would like to dwell on a short introduction here. And to start with this, I mean, the first thing we can see now in the energy transition, if I get my slides right, yeah, is that when we're moving away from fossils and into renewables, we move away from fuel costs and we move into capital costs. As an example, if you look at the cost breakdown of electricity production and you compare the average natural gas power plant with wind energy or solar energy, and you put it into relative terms, you can see that the overall cost of a kilowatt hour of natural gas-based electricity mostly consisting of fuel costs. It's the light green part here in the bar diagram. While in wind and solar energy, it's really the investment costs, the capital costs that provide the lion's share of the cost per kilowatt hour. So this is exactly an example of the change that you see moving away from fuel costs into capital costs. And if you look at the cost profiles of electric vehicles, or you look at, watch out for this symbol, that's a symbol of, let's say, heat pumps for domestic appliances. They all have the same shift in cost breakdown from fuel costs into a more dominant share of capital costs. And it also illustrates that we need a lot of investment. The need for investment is quite massive. And I think the clearest example for that is provided by the IEA net zero roadmap pathway, the study that was provided last year. Here you see what kind of investments we will need to make in the coming decades in order to come to a global net zero energy economy. And if you compare that with, let's say, the expenses of past years, you see that all relevant investment costs will go up by twofold, threefold, sometimes even fourfold. That applies to end use, so electric vehicles, heat pumps, those kind of end use applications. It applies to the energy infrastructure, power grids, maybe even also CO2 grids, those kind of things. And of course, electricity generation and the production of low emission fuels. Those are the light blue and the green bars in this case, in this graph. So essentially, when it comes to what we are used to in the energy economy, these investment increases are quite massive. The question whether these investments are also substantial in comparison with global investments on all, and maybe some panelists can go into that question later. But it really shows that we're having a substantial need in new investment. Now, of course, you could imagine that investing things in capital-intensive technologies in very uncertain times, then risks matter. Take an example, the electricity sector. We will see in the coming decades that there will be a massive growth in both demand and supply of electricity. And of course, there's an interdependency of both. Just as let's say, a stylistic diagram, if you look over time, how the volumes of demand and supply will evolve, then you will always see that there's no clear correlation between the two. There will be an increase in demand. There will also be an increase in supply. But there will be times in which demand is growing faster than supply, and there will also be times in which supply is growing faster than demand. Now you can imagine that this will have massive impacts also on what will happen in the power markets. What will the electricity price do? That compared with capital-intensive investments that are not that flexible in, let's say, shutting down and thereby reducing fuel costs, really illustrates that we have to deal with risks here that are quite substantial. How do we deal with that? And of course, we have a couple of tricks already. There are some new tricks, so I would like to dwell into that shortly within the next two slides. There are several solutions that we know that come from public policy. And in the Netherlands, the clearest example of that is the SDE++, the subsidy scheme for renewable electricity, and now also for other CO2 reduction options. Because essentially, the SDE provides a flexible subsidy that responds to market development. So if power prices go up, the subsidy goes down, and if power prices go down, the subsidy goes up. And that means that the addition of incomes from the market and the subsidy level essentially provides the investor with a relatively stable and predictable cash flow. And of course, for investors, that is a massive and very significant benefit. That is something that's already operational in the Netherlands. What you also see in some European countries that they have moved towards a contract for difference. And contracts for difference essentially say that you get a subsidy if you need one, but you have to pay if market circumstances are so profitable that you have an overprofit. In the graph that I showed here on the right-hand side, essentially, it means that you don't not only get a subsidy when you need it, but also when you have market incomes that are higher than the production cost that you have to pay something back to the government. That's the essential feature of a contract for difference. Another example is, and that is something that's being explored these days in the Netherlands, that is combined tenders. So the government provides a support scheme for initiatives that combine additional production of clean electricity and additional demand in terms of, for example, industrial electrification. Then again, you get combined and integrated projects in which the risk of the interface, in this case the power price, is at least mitigated because there's an integrated development and there's also an integrated support scheme from the government. These are all ways to socialize or to provide policy support, reducing risk or taking over risks. What you also see is that, of course, there are market-based solutions for dealing with risks. An example that is being used already in quite some countries in Europe and also in the Netherlands is the provision of power purchase agreements. Agreements between a supplier of clean electricity and the user of it, in which, for example, the investor in wind or solar gets a guaranteed price or has a reduced exposure to market circumstances. And you see that, for example, when it comes to offshore wind, which is already subsidy-free in the Netherlands, then all investors that go into that market these days have power purchase agreements, at least for part of their future production, to make sure that they don't run all the risk in the market. And another example of this is that you integrate and develop full chain projects in which also in the private sector, demand and supply are combined, and they have an integrated way of developing projects and getting into realization. All these features really illustrate that when a market needs to, let's say, hedge these risks or bear them, then you see a tendency towards integrating production, transport, and demand in industry, for example, into one business case or one project. So if you would like to summarize this, and then I come to the conclusion of my presentation already, what are the key trends here? In the first place, you see that we go from standalone projects and standalone project support toward more chain integrated approaches. What we also see is that we slowly move away from government risk takeover to more market-based solutions. And we go from technology-specific support to more generic policy instruments. In this context also, of course, it's very important that there's a crucial role of infrastructure. And that's typically a challenge to deal with. I think that was addressed already in the earlier presentations as well. What for me would be the key question here is that we know that the energy transition is complex. We know, of course, that as much as possible, we want markets to bear the risks that they can bear. And the question still will be, where will it be unavoidable that a government steps in and at least takes over part of the risks because investors and conventional markets are simply not able to bear them. Well, you can imagine that that is an ongoing discussion also between governmental parties and market parties. And I think we'll have a lot of things to talk about them in the coming decade, so to say. So with this, I would like to hand the floor back to you, Jan.
Thanks a lot, Mark. And I would say, let's start the decade-long debate right now. And I'm happy to invite two experts on the panel. So First, I will put you all together on screen so that we can really have a panel debate. So first, Lydia Ameteman. Lydia, you're a project manager and sustainability consultant in the Urban Development and Sustainability Department of the City of Rotterdam. So I know a lot of stuff is happening in Rotterdam. And Peter Klein-Tunte. Peter, you are the Senior Account Manager on Renewable Project of the ASN Bank. So I don't see you at the moment. Oh yeah, there he is. Peter, if you switch on your camera as well, so then we can also see you and have a nice debate around. Well, probably as soon as you're ready, you join in. Okay, I would like to give now the floor directly to Lydia. Lydia, what's from your perspective, the essence, the reaction on Mark's speech and on the general situation of how to finance the energy transition? And how do you do it in Rotterdam?
Yes, well, thank you very much also for the invitation. I work for the City of Rotterdam. What we need is that the government, from the government is a stable course and direction where we are going to, and also a stable message. From Europe, this is done very nicely with the Green Deal. And this helps us to get started in the city because it gives urgency to our citizens. I was program manager for one of our fossil-free neighborhoods pilots. And we are making this neighborhood fossil-free with district heating. We have already some neighborhoods with district heating because we have a lot of district heating sources in Rotterdam and also in our port. Now, district heating was not part of the presentation of Mark, but some of the problems, like there is more a focus on capital cost and a massive increase in investment is also a bit applicable to district heating. But we see in our neighborhood, in my pilot neighborhood, that around 70% is going to connect to the district heating system because of our good offer. But how to organize this good offer? And this needs a lot of investment in new energy infrastructure. And what we see in Rotterdam is that we have some private district heating company. They don't invest when there's a lot of uncertainty, like Mark also mentioned in his presentation. And we have to give them subsidies and also guarantees to make the investment. But what we see is that we also pay more than half of the infrastructure without any participation in it, and also not to, any possibility to control the investment. So I think it will be more efficient and also an effective use of our public resources, like subsidies, for the government to participate in the infrastructure. It's not just a question of more subsidies and financing. We see a structural, unprofitable top to make the built environment fossil-free. And this requires resources other than subsidies, such as a government participation, to get the investments off the ground. And this gives the government also more control on it, and also to have more possibilities to secure the public interest we see with district heating, like affordability and sustainability and reliability. So I think the district heating should be more organized like our electricity and gas infrastructure is organized, with a public entity for the infrastructure. What we further need are resources to get our projects off the ground, and also structural funding from energy transition. And we see in Europe, the funds and the subsidy are mainly for research and innovation and knowledge sharing, but we don't have a lot of funds for implementation projects and investments. And that is where the funding needs lie now for the built environment. So finally, it's also good to look that how to ensure that the European funds are in line with what is needed to make the built environment fossil-free.
Okay, excellent, Lydia. Peter, please go ahead. What's your opinion? What's your perspective? How do you deal with it in the bank? We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, Peter. You're unmuted here in the system, but we still cannot hear you. So probably the wrong mic is set in the Zoom app, probably. If you look at the bottom left, is there this mute button? And if you click on the arrow, you can probably choose the right microphone of your headset. Maybe that's the reason sometimes. Probably if you remove the headset and you speak, just try to speak into the computer. I hope it's a laptop with an internal microphone or so. If not, I have to start lip reading. And no worries, at each workshop, there's always something happening like this. We cannot hear you, Nit, no. In the audio settings, there's no way to choose an input channel, which way ever. No, we cannot hear you. No. Or if you maybe can you call in from your phone, probably? Do you have a phone? Can you hear me? If you hear me, can you do this? Yes, you can hear me. Okay. Is it a laptop? It's a laptop, so it should have an input channel and microphone. If not, you can use a telephone probably to call in. And let me see.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Hey,
what
fantastic! Happened? I don't know what I did, but I apologize for this mess
No
up.
worries.
I'm also very aware that I was the only one with audio issues. Speaking on a personal note here, not representing necessarily ASN. I think from ASN, I'm involved in offshore, onshore wind, solar, and some district heating, WKO. Propositions, and on that what I see is that there's a lot of demand for from different projects. The energy transition is really taking shape right now, which is a very good thing. I think banks have grown very accustomed to the new technologies and the various mechanisms, amongst others, SDA, that come with the energy transition. Yeah, there's a very strong appetite for banks and investors to be involved in this positive change. What we face right now from a financing perspective is these very large-scale projects. The transitions towards, for example, hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, and more the electricity, switching to electricity for the CO2 abatement of large-scale industrial complexes like the cement factories and the pharmaceutical industries. Those kind of more like technical, complex questions, put us in a very difficult position. Sometimes these technologies sometimes these technologies are, they need a bit of, they need a safety net, which cannot be captured in normal SDE, and which is, I think, a very interesting position that, for example, NL Invest could take. We also look very with great interest in what happens around us in neighboring countries, and try to learn from, for example, Belgium and from France, what happens there in terms of the energy transition, and basically look for financial structures and lending mechanisms and investment mechanisms that we can actually incorporate into the Dutch scene as well. So it's a very positive ground all around, I think. So far, we've benefited really strongly from the SDE safety net that was provided by the Dutch government, we look forward to continuing that dialogue with the Dutch government, with RVO, on these fronts to play our vital role in the energy transition.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Excellent input. It's also good to see that banks really get more and more the appetite to be the supporters of the energy transition, not only the national and local ones, but also, the European and international ones, as we all know. Okay, I would say, Mark, if you have some feedback, some final feedback, probably some reaction on it, or if someone in the audience, among the participants, has a question, it's now the moment to raise hands. Of course, Lydia can also react, because if not afterwards, I will conclude the whole workshop. But Mark, Lydia, up to you if you have a question. If not, all the participants and panelists can also raise hand. Mark, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, maybe one question to Peter. I can imagine that for banks, it is always easier to provide finance for technologies that are not only in technical terms well known, but also have a track record in terms of projects. You know their failing chances, you know what their vulnerabilities are, you know what to look for, essentially. And I can imagine that these days a lot of new technologies are coming across that are very difficult to judge and to evaluate from a finance perspective. To what extent do you recognize this issue, and how could we help in let's say, solving this information asymmetry issue?
That's a very good question. Thanks for that, Mark. What we face indeed is earnings mechanisms that are, new companies are being set up, new technologies are being introduced. And indeed, from a financing perspective, you would want to have some kind of safety net. So indeed, involvement of NL Invest or a safety net provided by SDE++, really helps that to provide that safety net, and so that we've learned lots on the back of the various subsidy regimes from the government, and I think that that we should really look for those kind of solutions going forward as well.
Lydia, would you like to go in?
Yeah, I have another question for Mark, because if you the district heating is not organized like the electricity and gas networks in the Netherlands, and would it also be possible to have a subsidy-free? It's more like the presentations before here, before this session. But would that be possible if the electricity grid was also was not in hands of the government, because now the reinforcement of the electricity grid is not taken into account by the subsidy-free by realizing the subsidy-free wind parks?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think if grid costs would be, let's say, allocated over demand and supply in different way, then the first thing you would see is that all power producers would now need to pay some additional budget for realizing the grid. So I'm not sure. That would be something that hits all production options and doesn't really impact the competition between the two. Of course, we also have discussions on, let's say, the induced grid costs by wind and solar, which are higher than from a gas power plant because more decentralized production. So that would indeed impact also the competition between green power and fossil power. So of course, it would make a difference in that sense. Just coming back to the point that you made on how we could also work with a different approach for heat grids. I think, given the fact that you're from Rotterdam, and Rotterdam has an extensive district heating grid with a lot of different users and also a lot of different potential distributors and let's say feeders of heat. I can imagine that there you would want to reconsider the way it's organized, also the heat infrastructure. On the other hand, there are also small district heating systems in the Netherlands, which essentially have a limited amount of clients, only room for one heat supplier. And then, of course, it will be necessary and maybe a little useless complication to make a distinction between the heat producer and the infrastructure. But that would be something that you might want to make a distinction between large, complicated heating systems and the smaller one-dimensional ones.
Okay, that's it. If you have no further comments or reactions, I don't know, Peter, if you still would like to say something. If not, among the attendees, all questions have been answered, obviously, so there's no more questions. That leaves me now the chance to close this workshop. Before we really shut it down, I would like to invite all the panelists who are still attending to come on stage, because it's an old tradition to do a group photo at the very end. Of course, not all the experts are still on board. Would also love to get my team on board. I have to say, to be very honest and transparent, the largest chunk of the work to prepare this has been done by my team. So by Rachel Hajar and Virginia Petetti that you see, but also by, of course, Silvio Erkens, the Member of Parliament, and his colleague, Casper van der Guchten. I have to work on my Dutch. Casper was also doing an amazing job to set this up, to help us to organize this. And that's our little secret, that we have amazing people inside of all the national parliaments to help us to prepare this. So, okay, I should remove now the spotlight so that we can all go on a gallery view. I hope you all can see this, and I will count down. I hope the last question is everybody on board who wants to be on the group photo. It's family photo. I would then count down to 0, and please at 0 show us your brightest smile that blows away the cold winter weather. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I hope the shot was done well. So I'm asking my team, is the shot good? Did everybody laugh? Excellent, that's done. So again, let me thank the Dutch Parliament for helping us to set this up. Again, this is all now recorded and published on YouTube. Also, the PowerPoints of all the speakers will be on our website, published on the conference event subpage. Yeah, what else to say? Thanks a lot for your participation. This amazing and very inspiring debate, and there was not 1 minute which was boring. This was really a lesson to learn from the Netherlands. So this will be reported back to Brussels, to the Commission and our core members of European Parliament, because again, this was also to learn about the situation that you are in. And now let's cross fingers that the new government watches this video, that the new government listens to it, that you're all involved in the stakeholder process, because even if there are some weaknesses in the political frameworks, there is a chance to upgrade them, because in the end, we have to deliver. It's our generation now in all the jobs. We have to deliver. We should not let down the young ones. So thanks a lot. Please stay healthy. This is still a cold winter in Corona times. Get a warm coffee now, a lovely lunch, and then see you hopefully soon back again in the Parliament live and in person. Thanks a lot, my friends.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Thanks a lot for your input. Amazing. Great to have you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.